Hello everyone, this is Jersey Lazy, you can call me Lee, and we're finally back with Gay Lawyer Simulator. Gaming indeed, yes, correct. Alright. Now, is it great for the client that I took a week break between, figuring out the details of the case and, you know, actually doing the trial? Probably not. But deal with it. Totally not coping. Boyfriend's still alive. I swear to God, it's not a cope. That's genuinely, I think that is true. Because they did not, they showed a picture of him lying on the floor. And, if they really wanted me to believe that he was dead, then Ryu would have, exited the wardrobe and saw his dead body, right? They did that with Mia in the first game, so why wouldn't they do it here, you know? I truly think it's a cope. Well, not a cope, but I truly think it's a, fake out. That's the word. It's fine! Yeah. Well, never expected this. Would have thought we'd be back here again so soon. We are on a study tour of Great Britain, with the intention of learning the country's legal practices. Yeah, he couldn't come out of the closet in time. Granted, this is what, the 1800s? Early 1900s? They're not gonna accept that shit. In order to research the latest court procedures here, we need as much court experience as possible. Well, yeah, I suppose that's true, but for the person in the dock, may as well be his or her one and only time in court. And it could be life-changing. In which case, treating it as research may seem a little crass. Oh. When you put it like that, you're quite right. Good morning. Mr. Natsume, good morning. Oh dear, are you alright? Your eyes are terribly bloodshot. Are they any different than usual? This guy's always like this. The early bird catches the worm, as they say here in Britain. Yeah, I've heard that expression. But I don't really want to catch a worm. So I tried desperately not to wake up early, but I was so worried I couldn't catch a wink. What? And now I'm absolutely exhausted as a result. Do all literary people take things so literally? Thank you for putting your faith in us today, Mr. Natsume. Ooh. I wish I had 9 lives. My whole future hangs in the balance. I'm too terrified to tremble. I don't think that's true. You're trembling plenty right now, man. Really? Because I can feel tremors in the floor. Oof. I can't do this. I can't take it. I don't know what these fucking poses are, man. Although, welcome student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Yeah? I caught a glimpse of the public gallery as I walked by the courtroom. It looked like the opening night of the opera. There were so many people. I had no idea my case was such a notorious affair here in London. Oh, neither did I. Do you know what that might be, Miss Susato? I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo, but I have no idea. It's because I'm the main character and everyone comes to watch me. So that all-knowing look on your face is just coincidence then, is it? Oh, there's a fly on my arm! I thought I got rid of them all! Oh, fuck! I think we're good. Okay. Jesus. Don't hide the truth from me! It's because of the Reaper, isn't it? Oh, yeah, they are here to, Watch you die, probably, yeah. Lord Van ZIEKS! Is that right, Mr. Zato? Dude, you didn't know? I purchased as many different newspapers as I could find this morning, and yes, Lord Van ZIEKS is on the front page of every one. Damn. Is like a random fucking murder case, like, prosecutor, like, front page worthy? Like, maybe the murder itself, yeah, but, like, why him? Like, people are just bored here, I guess. I knew it! Sometime after the prosecutor was dubbed the Reaper of the Bailey, he stopped appearing in court, it seems. It's been several years now, in fact, until the day before yesterday. Yeah, Inspector Gregson told us something similar, didn't he? The trial 2 days ago marked Lord Van ZIEKS' return to the courtroom after a very long hiatus. The trial of Magnus McGilded. Ugh, what a harrowing experience that was. That guy's guilty as fuck! I believe that appearance made even greater waves here in the capital than today's. But we wouldn't have realized, of course, having only just arrived in the country. Why is the Reaper back in the Bailey so soon, for what appears to be a mundane murder? I'm sorry, murder is mundane? I guess it is London. People are getting, like, shanked all the time, right? I imagine a guy with a sickle and a black hood and a coat and cloak standing in the courtroom. Yeah. I mean, most of that is kind of correct. Van ZIEKS has... Wait, he has a cloak, right? That's the question the papers are asking, and they are all speculating various answers. Mundane is the most significant saga of the century to some of us! Oh dear! I meant no offense, Mr. Natsume, but that is how the papers are describing it. Well, lest we also forget the fact that it could spark an international incident. Obviously, the reappearance of this infamous prosecutor has caught people's attention, but there's another blatant similarity with the trial of 2 days ago. Yes, I agree. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. It's you! Me? Oh, I suppose that's true. I'm just a, you know, country boy from, the eastern lands. Both times it is you who stands against this legendary prosecutor. It can only mean that you're friends with the Reaper! I mean, maybe in the future. Please, I don't rub shoulders with Deathbringers! I'm afraid that there's really only one other explanation. It can only be another example, Mr. Naruhodo, of your uncommon bad luck. Oof. Thanks for that. Fuck. Oh, this is just my luck. Why must I be represented by a man with such frail fortune? I mean, I haven't gotten a guilty verdict yet in my, you know, month of lawyering. By the least lucky lawyer alive! Well, I guess that's true right now. Man, the fucking Naruhodo bloodline is just fucking cursed with bad luck, huh? Like good luck, but like bad luck. Just like luck. Neutral luck. So-called legendary prosecutor when I use the power of friendship. Like, yeah, so-called legendary prosecutor when I kiss him on the mouth. Well, let's not forget that it was you, Mr. Natsume, who asked me to represent you. I mean, what the fuck else was I supposed to do? Yeah, it's true that I'm just a student new to London with little in the way of experience or skills or luck, and I'm kinda, like, just really bad at this job, and honestly, you shouldn't have any confidence in me whatsoever, but, you know, but I promise you this. I will fight your corner until the bitter end, and I will believe in you, Mr. Natsume. Oh, benevolent locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. You're not alone here with us, Mr. Natsume. Whatever happens, we will always be by your side. Oh, benevolent non-locum assistant Miss Mikotwa Esquires. Is that a word? Oh, the fly is fucking with me again. I'm watching you, asshole. Where the fuck did he go? Yo, ready to yell objection and take that with no proof whatsoever? Exactly, that's the game, baby. I am in your debt forever. I shall never forget this great kindness for as long as I live. Mr. Natsume, counsel for the defense. The court session is about to begin. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. Okay. Alright then, Mr. Natsume, it's time. Let's go. Yes! Seriously, what JoJo part is he in? This is it. My second appearance in a British courtroom. And my second trial against the Reaper. And presumably not my last. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma, from, you know, in the gallery eating Pop-Tarts. Because this time I won't let my faith waver. I believe in my client to the last. Just like you believed in me. I believe I can do this now. I'm ready for this fight. Ryunosuke goes one trial without thinking about Kazuma challenge. Impossible. He's some of Speedwagon's unskilled descendants. Yeah. I mean, did Speedwagon fuck? Did Speedwagon fuck? Like, I know they had a joke about, like, him and Arena, but, like, they never actually did. Alright. In the name of... Hold on. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. Look at this fucking vampire fuck. The prosecution is fully prepared, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. If a little neurotic. The Nipponese are a truly fascinating breed. Sorry, what? Lord Strongheart has told me all about you. That you are a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago, a mere amateur. Do you have a point? Being a compatriot, you feel compelled to try to help the accused, I suppose. Typical Nipponese arrogance. Forgive me, but shut the fuck up. I do not believe arrogance is an appropriate description. Susato-san. After all, our previous encounter, the defendant was found to be innocent. Yeah, but that bitch dead, ain't he? Very true. And the most fascinating of dark trial it was too. Bleh. Hold on. Vantu blah blah blah. Okay. The tragic conclusion came later, of course. Here's to the acquitted and his unfortunate violent end. Does Speedwagon fuck? Yeah, it's a legitimate question. Does he? I don't think he has any, like, actual descendants in JoJo lore. I think, like, his entire legacy to the JoJo's bloodline is the company that just gives them infinite money. Thank you, counsels. I see both sides are in fine fettle. Now, Prosecutor Van ZIEKS, I would ask you to refrain from being racist, but I know that's kind of your entire thing, so go on then. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you ready to carry out your duties here in court as impartial members of the public? What the fuck, you again, bruh? You never know when you might be down on your luck, but I believe in fair play for everyone. Well, I must warn you, I'm rather more ruthless than I appear. You! Oh, well, not me. What you see is what you get. I'm a peace-loving fellow. You! What the fuck? You're literally related to the case. I'm afraid to say, I think it's quite impossible. What fucking voice did I give her? I think it's quite impossible that mustached foreigner did the deed. Come on, what are we waiting for? No doubt he did it anyway. Sorry. I didn't quite catch that. Jonathan fucked, Dio fucked, Joseph fucked. It's possible Speedwagon also fucked. Well, here's the thing. Speedwagon is pathetic. As a character. As a character, I don't think Speedwagon fucks, you know? Obviously the JoJo's fuck because, they want the bloodline to continue for more JoJo parts, but, man, Speedwagon? Very well, let us proceed. Your opening statement, if you please, Lord Van ZIEKS. Very recently, Great Britain signed an alliance with the rising power in the Far East. The accursed in the dock today is a student from that same land, a certain Mr. Soseki Natsume. And while our country has extended this foreign student the warmest of welcomes, regrettably, the kindness has not been returned. In fact, the student is accused of a most sinister act. Accused. Stop throwing. How many glasses do you have under your fucking desk? Of plunging a knife into the back of an innocent woman who was doing nothing but walking down the street. A knife crime! I tell you from bitter experience, those are the worst. Bloody oath they are. Just look at that sallow complexion and short stature. He's one of those dreadful Japanese. Oh, she's really racist. Come on, let's get this over with me and everyone. 1, 2, 3. Sorry, didn't quite catch that. Who the fuck is picking this jury, man? They have material cloners already, it's fine. That's true. Pray forgive the discourtesy of smashing my hallowed chalice here in this great chamber. Allow me to call the first witness to the stand. Very well. Bailiff, lead the inspector in, please. Hello, Mr. Fries. Your name and occupation, please. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard. Would you please summarize the events of the case for the court, Inspector? The victim is thought to be a young woman in her 20s by the name of Olive Green. Oh, because she looks like an olive? And she wears green? Interesting. I beg your pardon, Inspector. Thought to be? Yes, having been stabbed in the back by her attacker's knife, the victim fell unconscious. It was 3 days ago now. She's been comatose ever since. Does Olive have a garden? Yeah, it grows infinite breadsticks. What? So they don't even know who she is for sure? Just check her fucking license, man. Oh shit, it's the fucking 1800s. I don't think they had those. Comatose, I see, but her life is not in danger. Fortunately for the Eastern student, the charge will not be murder. Pray, elaborate on the details, Inspector. Sir, if I could ask everyone to look at this street map. Briar Road, Meerschaum Street, and Calabash Road.
As I mentioned, the incident took place 3 days ago, at around 5 in the afternoon. Happened on the pavement running along the Briar Road, a wide thoroughfare for horse-drawn vehicles. It had not long since stopped snowing as the victim, Miss Green, was walking down the street. Out of the blue, she was approached from behind by the accused and stabbed in the back. Luckily, the young lady's life was spared, and she's currently being treated in one of the city's hospitals.
She went to hospital. I hate British.
But being unconscious as she is, we've been unable to take a statement from her, of course. This is the case file with everything we know about the victim so far.
Thank you, Inspector. The court will accept the documents as evidence, if you please.
The case file has been entered into the... what of the weapon that was used? Hold on, dude. I gotta look at this. Young woman rendered unconscious following a stab wound to the back. Stout build, early 20s, pavement of Briar Road, east side. Rolly beat. The victim remains unconscious. Her name gleaned from her personal effects. Other details are unknown. Apart from the single stab wound from the large knife, no other signs of injury were observed. The assailant was seen running away by the reporting officer and was successfully arrested the following day. Okay. Rolly beats.
Okay. Sir, I have that here. It was removed from the victim's back.
Ouch, that big thing is starting to make me scared to walk down the street now. I mean, it's not that big. It's just a switch knife.
With a heavy blade like that, almost anyone would have been able to stab the poor woman.
Even the scragged-looking Soseki-san, I suppose.
A common garden jackknife, I would say, rather nondescript. Thank you, Inspector. The court accepts the blade as evidence.
Jackknife.
Now, then, what do we know of the motive? Money or valuables, I presume?
Hold on. I gotta look at it. Ryu, you have a fucking katana. How does that knife scare you? Listen, he doesn't know how to use it. Also, that shit chipped. Hello.
Oh, look here, Mr. Naruhodo. Just at the tip. A small piece of the blade appears to be missing.
You're right. Well spotted, Mrs. Sato.
I wonder what could have happened to it.
Yeah. You don't think it could still be lodged in the victim, do you?
Oh dear! I do hope not. That sounds terribly painful.
Also, did the police, like, wipe off the blood or something? Because there's no fucking blood on this.
From what we can tell by looking at the woman's possessions, it seems like she's a poor student herself.
Oof.
Hard to imagine she would have had anything much worth pinching, my lord.
Her surgery has not been invented yet. That's true.
I see.
Oh, wait.
I see. Well, in that case, are we looking at some deep-seated resentment toward the victim?
I'm afraid I couldn't say. Apart from visiting second-hand bookshops, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, doesn't appear to get out much. What a fucking loser. At this moment in time, we haven't been able to establish any sort of connection between him and the victim.
Yes, true. Hello? If theft and grievance had been ruled out as the motive, what reason could Mr. Natsume possibly have had for stabbing the young woman? Yet you arrested the man in spite of that, in a totally unjustified and heavy-handed way.
Objection!
Oh, people in the fucking gallery are dead. He killed them. Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging a freshly uncorked bottle into the public gallery. But your words have soured this its hallowed bouquet. Can you talk normal? For it is you, my learned friend, who is being heavy-handed here. What? Scotland Yard does not arrest people without good cause. That should be beyond question. Inspector Gregson, the prosecution calls for your formal testimony. I still don't know how to do this guy's fucking voice. Like I like the vampire voice, but I also don't know how to do it good. Maybe I'll just make him deep British, but with like a V on W's, you know? Explain to the court precisely why the constabulary came to arrest the Nipponese student.
Yes, sir.
Witness testimony. Why not try to imitate sound files? Shit, okay. He does say, like, objection, I think. But, like, it's just British, I think. He's just, like, a pompous asshole. But, like, not quite Edgeworth pompous, you know? He's, like, pompous in a fucking I read Shakespeare and I understand it kind of way, you know? Like, theater kid, but somehow more pretentious? Oh, shit, I didn't read that.
As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred, and there was an unusually light fog. Visibility was reasonably good. There was no one else about but the victim and the accused. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Those being a number of old books he just bought. He was on his way home from a bookshop, it seems. It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to and found the bloke to arrest him. Old books, you say? Yeah, my lord. I have a photograph here of the scene of the crime, taken immediately after the incident.
Oof. She hitting that Peter Griffin death pose almost.
Ah, yes, I can clearly see the books to which you are referring. I will take that photographic print as evidence, please, Inspector.
The crime scene photograph has been entered into the court record.
You Nipponese are a spineless breed, too cowardly
to admit defeat. I don't think it's that it works like that.
Too cowardly to admit defeat. Denying everything despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary.
Like how the fuck does... No, fuck it, I'll just keep that. Well,
Forgive me, Lord Van ZIEKS, but the defendant is not denying everything, as you put it.
What are you doing, Mrs. Sato?
Do go on.
Mr. Natsume has admitted to playing some part in the incident. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, now you mention it, he did say he was there. He just said he didn't stab her. When we visited him in prison yesterday, he did tell us what had happened.
As I was walking along that accursed pavement, I could make out the silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman wearing a green overcoat she was, and just as I went to overtake her...
Bam. Dead.
She suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed onto the cold, hard slabs of stone at my feet. Rude. I was terrified. I had to get away from there. So I ran as fast as my legs would carry me back to my accursed lodgings.
And it turns out that, like, I don't know, it's another fucking accident somehow. A green... Wait. Huh. A green overcoat?
Well, that's exactly what the woman in the print was wearing. Oh my! A photographic print in full color. What will the world come up with next?
I mean, videos, probably? The defendant has done nothing more than admit he fled the scene of a terrifying incident. That does not mean that he's guilty of the heinous crime of stabbing the woman in the back.
There was nobody else there at the time. Just two of them, the victim and the accused. In other words, there was nobody else who could have possibly have stabbed the woman. A fact that the accused concedes.
Listen, I don't know, maybe fucking... what's his face? Military guy. Garadeb, I think? Maybe he, like, threw a knife out the window. I don't know, man. You never know in fucking Ace Attorney land. Wait, hold on. There was another fly that was, like, helplessly on its back. I just sprayed it with, the best thing I have on hand, which is not, you know, insect repellent, but a bottle of spray bleach. So apologies to the fly for the very slow death, but I do need to make sure that you're dead.
It seems this cross-examination could prove to be pivotal, counsel. Proceed, please.
Yes, my lord. Nothing for it. I have to use this cross-examination to turn the tables here. It's our only chance. Yeah, I don't think there's anything particularly incorrect so far.
5 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah, what about 5 o'clock? Like, what about 5 o'clock is so important, Inspector? Why is the fog so important, Inspector? Are you saying that, I don't know, he's a ninja, Inspector? Just because he's Japanese? Like fog, you say?
Well, live for London. You could see the opposite side of the street for once. Not much farther, though.
That's light, is it?
Around these parts, yes. Not something I'd expect a Japanese fellow like yourself to know, of course.
I've read that London is famous for its fog. But in my country, people usually imagine that gives the city a rather beautiful appearance.
Ha! How quaint.
It was half an hour, don't forget to hydrate. Alright. Yeah, you get hydrates for free in this fucking stream.
Yes, well, it's not something us Londoners tend to romanticize, as I expect you can appreciate.
I see.
At this time of year, the fog causes a large number of accidents, especially when it's heavy. Sometimes you can't even see your own hand at the end of your arm.
Fuck.
Indeed, the other day I was very nearly trampled by horses before I could see the carriage they were pulling.
Susato-san and I should definitely remember to stop, look, and listen. You can spend your points on Twitch, but doesn't matter. I mean, I don't know if you can redeem on Twitch right now.
However, on the day that concerns us, the fog was somewhat lighter than usual. A fact no doubt lamented by the accused.
Alright, rude. Visibility was reasonably good. There was no one else but the victim and the accused. Unless... How are you able to state with that with any certainty?
Quite simply, my learned friends, because that is what the witnesses to this crime have told us.
Ah, yes, Inspector Gregson mentioned the witnesses yesterday, didn't he?
That's right. One of them is policeman, I believe, from Scotland Yard.
That's correct, ma'am.
Then we must hear their testimony. Demand you hydrate now. God damn, I can't even enforce a cooldown here. God.
The prosecution will, of course, call them to the stand, should it be necessary.
But wait a minute. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, in the middle of winter, it would have been dark already. No matter how light the fog might have been, no one could have seen...
I'm unaware of the situation on your tiny island in the east. But here in the capital city of Great Britain, all main roads are illuminated in the night by gas streetlights.
Don't water poison.
Like, I don't know, maybe it's dark over there in Nippon. The prosecution believes there would have been ample lights by which to witness the crime.
5 p.m. is not nighttime. In the winter, it sure is. Shit's dark by 4.
Quite. Here in London, for the first time in history, mankind has completely conquered the darkness.
Which means we really need to hear those witness statements. If I could just get through the fog of this cross-examination, maybe we'll be able to.
It seems the counsel for the defense is taking stock. Continue with your testimony, Inspector.
Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind. Blah, 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 blah.
From behind, you say. Back shots, you say.
That's right, as you can see from this print.
F. I can't get over how this looks so much like the Peter Griffin pose, man. There's gotta be some other, like, usually in these photos, it's like, oh, there's some other fucking, like, piece of information.
Yes, quite so, Inspector. The handle of the weapon is clearly protruding from the victim's back. And you say this poor woman, Miss Green, remains in a critical condition? Comatose, no less.
I'm afraid so, my lord, yes. She's been treated, but... I was hopeful that she'd come around before the trial started so I could take a statement, but it wasn't to be.
Yes, that is indeed a pity. It would have been most illuminating to hear the victim's own account of events.
I mean, if she was stabbed from behind and immediately collapsed, I don't suppose she would know very much, you know?
Luck is on your client's side, it seems.
On the contrary, my client has been exceedingly unlucky.
Your force of tone is seriously undermined by those disturbingly wide eyes, I'm afraid.
Why are you looking into my eyes so much, huh? I've already got a boyfriend, dude. And he might be away for now, and I'm very lonely, but that doesn't mean I'm gonna rebound immediately, okay? Fuck you, man. Slap. You know, Gregson hasn't eaten his fucking fries at all yet this trial.
The accused ran off scattering his belongings all over the floor. What a fucking loser.
Mr. Natsume's belongings, hand me those fries.
I think you'll find it's all there in the photographic print of the crime scene.
Yes, the 3 books on the floor.
That's right, my lord. Second-hand books they were. Irreparably damaged after falling in the snow, of course.
I mean, not irreparably. You know you can dry that shit, right? I mean, they're still damaged, I guess, but man.
The accused could have easily carried all 3 books in one hand. Which means his other hand would have been free to wield a knife, for example. He's very clever, isn't he?
What do you mean?
He's made it extremely hard for you to assert that Mr. Natsume had his hand full with his books.
I mean, I imagine a fucking guy that has that many books in his room would have brought a bag anyway.
He's managed to close the one avenue of escape we might have had before we even knew it was there. You mean to say that the defendant was holding his belongings as he thrust the knife into the woman's back? What a fucking weirdo.
That must be what happened, my lord, yes.
I mean, why would he drop the books then?
Those being a number of old books he just bought. He was on his way from home from a bookshop, it seems.
The defendant apparently visits a secondhand bookshop on a daily basis, which is, like, why when you're getting several books, like, how many books are you reading a day, brother?
Yeah, so I understand. A shop full of old English literature.
I commend the accused on the lofty subject matter of his scholarly attention.
The bloke's room was stacked floor to ceiling with those musty old books. I haven't read a book since, I don't know, like, first year.
Like, what the fuck did the British say?
First form?
What the fuck? Like, every time fucking British people talk about, like, second form, first form, I'm like, of, like, a Gundam? What are we talking about here, man? Oh, you're driving home? Stay safe.
Well, if I must, I'll have to ask you to look at the street map again, I'm afraid.
Bourbon Books.
The closest second-hand bookshop to the accused lodgings is this place here. Bourbon Books. A little place on the corner of Briar Road and Meerschaum Street. As it happens, the accused is currently living in lodgings on the other side of Briar Road at the opposite end.
Hold on. Your books. Yeah, I fucking knew it. That's not the right fucking bookshop. He wasn't there.
Which means it doesn't take a genius to work out the route he would have taken home.
Nuh-uh.
Something like this.
Local maps information's been updated in the court record. Nuh-uh.
Yes, I concur with your conclusion, Inspector. The defendant would certainly have passed the scene of the crime on his way home from that particular shop.
Mr. Naruhodo, I think that what the inspector just told us could turn out to be of vital importance. You missed a lot? Not really. The trial just started. The most important point that the inspector just made being the bookshop's name. Inspector Gregson, may I ask you a favor?
What?
Would you kindly add the name of the bookshop to your formal testimony, please? I believe it may be of vital importance.
Maybe?
Oh, well, you know, yes! It could be a very important clue.
Very well, not that I can see it being of any great significance. But please revise your testimony accordingly, Inspector.
Yes sir, my lord, whatever you say. Fucking weird-ass attorneys.
Could the man be any more sardonic?
Infinite Fries Man, my favorite superhero. Yes, I love him. He keeps those fries in a rolled up newspaper and they just keep coming out. Good for them. Bourbon books. Yeah, no, that's fucking bullshit, buddy. That ain't it, man.
Objection.
If I could just stop you there, Inspector Gregson?
What is it, sunshine? I'm a busy man, you know.
You're literally testifying. What are we talking about here, man? This is a receipt that we found in Mr. Natsume's room. It was issued on the day of the incident and details the purchase of 3 second-hand books.
And you found that in the accused's room, accused's room, did ya?
I keep reading it as accursed. It's not. Yes, but the point is not where the receipt was found, but the name of the shop printed on it.
Go on.
This receipt was issued from a bookshop called Your Books.
Your books? Y-O-R-E, I presume?
Yes, my lord. It's not my books, it's your books. So, Mr. Natsume did indeed purchase a number of books at a second-hand bookshop that day. However, the bookshop in question was not Bourbon Books.
Hey? What?
Inspector, do you know of this other bookshop?
Yes, sir. Your Books is another second-hand bookshop not far from Bourbon Books.
Why are there so many? Back off, this is my book. It's not your book.
It's just that... well, it's such a small place, I didn't think the accused would have known about it.
Objection.
But, in fact, that is the bookshop which the defendant visited on the day in question. And this receipt proves it.
Objection.
Yes, for what difference it makes. Wherever the man purchased his musty tones, it makes no difference in the final analysis.
Objection.
I disagree. I mean, after all, Dracula's still here, yes. I'm switching up the voice, though, because it was confusing for me to do.
I have the street map here, if that might be of help.
Oh, yes, thank you. Have a look at this, please. If the defendant had been returning from Bourbon Books, then yes, he would almost certainly have passed the place where Miss Green was attacked. However, if we take into account the fact that he was actually at another bookshop, Your Books, make a new voice for him every time he speaks. I am not that creative. May very well turn out that he wouldn't have passed that location at all.
Could that be true?
My, it rather depends on where this other bookshop is, but I do declare it may be a possibility.
I don't like this bitch. I think it's just the voice I gave her, but like, I hate her.
Is that right, Mr. Lawyer, sir? What you just said?
Absolutely, it absolutely could be right. Is Grandma dead? Well, she's not in the jury this time. But, like, there is an old man here. Maybe it's her husband?
Inspector Gregson, where is this Your Books establishment?
Obviously we looked into that. Turns out that Your Books is just here in the next corner of Meerschaum Street going east.
The local map's information has been updated in the court record, so what you're saying is he definitely still could have gone around. Shit. And there you have it, as you can clearly see now. Fuck. Oh. Shit.
My learned Nipponese friend is obviously in training to be a clown, the way he regales us with such witticisms. To your future career in the circus.
I mean, his entire bloodline is full of clowns, so...
You put that glass down now or I'll put it down for you. By flipping you over, Susato takedown! Sha!
I didn't think I needed to spell it out, but here we go. If the accuser's coming on from your books instead of bourbon books.
Shit.
There's no doubt he still would have passed the place where the victim was stabbed.
Yes, thank you, Inspector.
Ugh. Does he ever actually drink this fucking shit?
Allow me to reiterate for my learned, if somewhat slow, Nipponese friend.
The fuck, dude? How do you keep your glove pristine? Is it laminated, dude?
Wherever the man purchases musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis.
Now, why does he need to exactly follow that route? Well, I guess it was just like saying like, oh, like, yeah, he would have passed by, you know? I mean, he didn't even, like, argue that fact, though. That's the thing. Like, he was there. He saw the victim fall over.
As I suspected, you can't fool me, and I don't suggest you try.
Like, you're involved in the case, lady. You are his fucking landlord.
What I say, eh? I've had enough of this now.
I beg your pardon, terribly sorry, but would you mind repeating that?
Mr. Naruhodo, we mustn't give up. What do you mean?
If the prosecution's assertion is correct, the members of the jury may very well decide that Mr. Natsume is guilty.
She's absolutely right. Very unbiased jury here. Yes, exactly. Like, 2 of them have beef with me because I called them out in the last trial. Is that allowed? Is the jury allowed to have beef with the fucking defense lawyer?
We must consider the assertion just put forward by the prosecution very, very carefully.
They claim Saseki-san must have passed the location of the incident on his way home from your books, but... No? The assertion just made by the prosecution is fundamentally flawed. 2 aggros, 2 racists. Yeah, exactly.
Explain yourself, counsel.
Yes, my lord. You can see what I mean on this map. When returning from your books to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume could have followed the route suggested by the prosecution. However, that isn't the only conceivable route to take between the 2 places. If the defendant used these streets, look what happens. He arrives back at his lodgings without passing the location where the victim was attacked.
Objection!
Talking back to a clown is a fool's errand, of course. However, I feel compelled to point out that route is what is commonly referred to as the long way around.
Maybe he wanted to enjoy the scenery, dude? I don't know.
On a cold winter's night, why would any man choose to take a longer route home?
Well,
The answer is extremely simple. He wouldn't. In other words, the accused took the obvious route back to his lodgings and is the obvious perpetrator of this crime.
Objection!
But he didn't do it. He said no. Yeah, I got it. Obviously, we must ask the man himself. Ask Mr. Natsume which route he took home.
Are you fucking stupid? He would literally just lie. I've already informed the court of the accused's response to such questioning. He claims he has no recollection.
That's right. As I said, the bloke seems to spend his time outside wandering aimlessly from A to B. That day was no exception. He says he doesn't remember where he was or which route he took home.
I mean, true. Like me. For real. Just like me. I don't believe this!
Oh, you're fucking stupid. I thank you, my learned friend, and suggest that we do not waste any more of the court's time by wandering aimlessly around this subject. Pray, what say you insightful jurors?
Shit. I'm dead. But even if that is the case, the defense still...
Now hold on! I agree with Lord Van ZIEKS, wholeheartedly and in every way.
What? I don't believe it. Does this mean...
We members of the jury are completely convinced now.
Bruh, it's been like 5 minutes. Can we chill?
Very well, in that case I hereby call upon all members of the jury to present your findings to the court.
Guilty.
Guilty.
What the fuck?
Guilty. Guilty.
Oh, that's what you sound like? Oh, that's what you sound like? Bruh. What the fuck? We just started! Well, good stream, everyone. Good fucking game. I guess I'm starting fucking, Ace Attorney Investigations 2 instead.
It would appear the jury's leaning is unanimous.
Shit. I'm dead.
To the insightful members of the jury, I applaud your brave resolve. You serve Queen and country admirably. And I'm sure she'll never fucking die. Mr. Naruhodo.
I'm dead. No, not yet. This isn't over yet. I still have one last chance to sway the opinion of the jury. I have to tip the balance of those scales to the other way. I have to turn this around. Like a turnabout, somehow!
Those are the eyes of Quarry, not yet willing to give up and die.
Nope. I ain't dead yet, bitch.
So I presume you intend to wield your rights again in this trial? Rights of the defense written into antiquated British law that should have been buried long ago.
Yeah. Call it antiquated if you will. But it's the defense prerogative to carry out a summation examination if it so chooses.
Very well, counsel. Oh, stop wasting my fucking time. I'm already so old. In accordance with the letter of the law, we shall proceed with a summation examination. Are the members of the jury ready, Mr. Foreman?
Of course we're ready. I'm all too familiar with that Nipponese whippersnapper and his Onkus refusal to throw in his alley. The fuck is Onkus?
Very well, then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty.
I think he's guilty because I'm racist and he's Japanese.
For pity's sake, that little Nipponese darty already admitted it himself, didn't he?
If he said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes, why, he can only have been the victim. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter.
So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful!
I really don't care. Can we just wrap this up now? I've got work to be doing.
Bruh.
Your books, yes, nice shop that. But bourbon books, no, not worth a visit. With only minor exceptions, the reasons for finding the defendant guilty are all too clear. When the stabbing occurred, the only two people at the scene were the victim and the accused. And the accused himself has admitted to seeing the victim in her green overcoat sink to the ground before his eyes.
Yet none of those people actually said shit, actually.
Furthermore, we have heard from the inspector that the defendant then fled the scene. I must say, I would have ample grounds to convict this man already.
Oh dear, even the judge appears convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt now.
Why do you have to run away like that? Now he's supposed to believe in some phantom attacker that nobody could see. This is impossible. How can I possibly make a case for the defense?
Mr. Naruhodo! This is no time for grumbling. If we want to force the trial to continue.
Yeah, I know. I have to turn the tide. I must make the jurors change their minds. Oh, 4 of them at least.
Exactly. We have no other choice but to forge forward.
You have the floor, counsel. Begin your summation examination.
Time to pace. Yes, my lord.
Whew!
Just need to keep this trial going somehow, whatever it takes. Come on, Rinosuke, you can do it! For Kazuma!
Hold it!
Excuse me, but aren't you... Yeah, that's right. I was in the witness stand myself just 2 days ago. Yeah, I had a feeling I knew your face and voice, or the side of it anyway. If I remember correctly, you're a banker, aren't you? Oh, that's right. After the gold rush down under, I came back to London to work. And it was all going swimmingly until you started fossicking around. Bruce Fairplay was a man of repute. Now I had to change my name. Now I call myself Fair Bruce Play. Don't think I've forgotten how you treated me the other day. You had me and that young hatter pegged as criminals. Oh, well, water under the bridge, man. Now there's all sorts of rumors buzzing around, and the police have been badgering me non-stop. How the fuck did you get jury duty? If I could turn back the clock, if I could turn back time. Well, anyway, I don't know about the hatter, but at least I'm in the clear now. And free to make up my own mind about who's guilty and who isn't. Thank goodness. Alright, maybe I might struggle to change this man's mind, given our awkward history.
Oh dear, I wonder what's become of Mr. First now.
He's literally here.
Effie said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes, so I can only have been the victim.
Hold it!
You're right that at the time of the incident, the defendant admits to having seen someone wearing a green overcoat walking ahead of him.
Well, quite. That's precisely my point. Clearly that someone wearing green was the victim. And clearly that funny little Nipponese man with the disturbing mustache is the culprit.
But let us not forget, madam, the defendant vehemently denies attacking the woman.
Why, of course he does. If he admits to stabbing her, his life is over. The man is obviously a livid-faced coward, honestly claiming the woman simply collapsed before his eyes.
But if that's a lie, as you're suggesting, do you not think he would have concocted something more credible?
Oh, I really couldn't say. After all, you are foreign. Who's to say what goes through your funny little minds?
Oh my god. They really went all in with the fucking racism in this game, huh? Holy shit. I could tell you what's going through my funny little mind right now, but you wouldn't like it. It'd be punching you in your stupid fucking racist face.
I do declare the man has already made the admission. He himself has stated there was nobody else around. Surely the conclusion's obvious. No one else could have possibly have committed this awful crime. If no one else could have done it, the accused must be the man. Really, it couldn't be more simple.
Your argument is compelling in its simplicity, I must admit.
Oh my, you are too kind, my lord.
That went well for her. Shit. Hello, Hat Man. Wait, is this the Hat Man or is this a different man?
Hold it!
Oh, I guess he's a different man. But you can't deny that there are other routes Mr. Natsume could have taken back from your books.
Oh yeah, like he drew up on the map, you mean? What was it, Calabash Road or something?
Uh-huh, precisely.
It seems to me that what counts is whether the little Japanese fella actually went that way or not.
Well, yes, that's true.
And at the moment, there's no proof that shows he did, is there?
Well, yes, that's true as well.
And as I understand it, the accused himself doesn't remember which way he went, does he?
Well, yes, that's annoyingly true.
Winter nights are dark and cold, so the way I see it, you want to get home as quickly as possible.
Well, yes. Why is it all true?
So really, the only thing that makes sense is that he went home along Briar Road.
I'm supposed to be convincing you here.
I have given it a lot of thought, you know. I didn't just make up my mind on a whim that he did it. I mean, if there was some logical reason why he might have gone the Calabash Roadway, it'd be different. I'd be happy to reconsider my position in that case. Honest, I would.
A reason why Saseki-san might have taken the longer way home.
Yes, a good reason. I don't imagine you'll be able to sway this young man's opinion without one.
Hold on. Yeah, just as I fucking thought. Yeah, this guy has, like, the same build. And he's got a green coat. And he's talking about the books. Why is the jury always fucking involved? It's the opposite of what a jury should be.
Hold it!
Whatever is the matter, young man?
You're the wife of Mr. Garreteb, aren't you? The landlord who rents Mr. Natsume his room.
The master's wife? Where'd you get your ideas, sir? I'm the maid!
The maid, you understand? She's keeping up that charade? This is gonna be awkward. Why didn't you mention this yesterday? That you'd been selected for the jury in this trial, I mean.
Oh, I don't know. They just choose these the day of. I was told not to mention it to anyone until the day of the trial, you see. It was in the letter I received. The instructions were very clear, so I'm afraid I had no choice.
I see. Anyway, Mr. Natsume, the defendant takes lodging in your master's house, doesn't he?
Yes, that's right. Although he's only been in a little over a week now.
And in that time, surely you must have taken stock of his character. Does Mr. Natsume look like the kind of man who would commit a crime such as this?
Well, I don't know. We just stab people in London. He's been here for a while. Maybe he's adopted our customs. Oh my goodness me, yes, he's just the sort.
What?
Spending all his time in that dark and dingy room, sorting that unscrupulous mustache. That man never speaks, and don't get me started on those shifty eyes. All the neighbors are talking about him.
You know, that is valid. He is very fucking sus.
I've heard them, you know. People think he must be building a bomb in there or something.
I mean, shit, his entire room's a fucking fire hazard, you know?
Oh,
Oh dear, poor Mr. Natsume. How could people say such things about him? He's just a harmless bookworm. Nothing more.
Well, you just called him a worm. So, I mean, that's a good thing. I love the worms. Anyway, I'd better be careful about inviting this maid to speak. She's said enough damning things already.
I really don't care.
Hold it!
A man's life is on the line here, sir. This will take as long as it takes.
Don't get clever with me now, son. My life's on the line too, and so is my family's.
Ah.
The likes of you wouldn't understand, but a laborer like me can't afford to take time off. If I don't work, I don't eat, and neither do the wife and kids.
Oh, I see. That must be very hard.
I go to the union every morning to find out what needs doing. If you're late and the work's taken, it's tough. This time of year, there's water and gas supply pipes bursting left, right, and center. They're after cheap labor to get the roads dug up to fix it. It's a hard slog from dawn till dusk it is.
So, you were out digging up the roads on the day of the incident as well, were you?
That's right.
In fact, if I remember rightly,
it was just round the corner from where it all happened. By that old bookshop it was.
What? Another coincidence. You're involved in the case, god damn it.
That's right, Meerschaum Street it was.
Meerschaum Street? Oh. Yep. So there was construction going on, so we had to go the long way around.
On the map, Mr. Naruhodo, there are only 3 named streets.
Juror number 5, I need you to add that information to your formal statement, please.
What's the point in that? Can't we just get this business over with now?
Please, sir, it's important.
Fine. I'll do it then.
On the day it happened, I was digging up Meerschaum Street from dawn till dusk.
Your books, yes, nice shop that. But bourbon books, no worth a visit.
Hold it!
Hey. Sorry. Folded, you say? Fold what? I've got big underwear, sonny. You need to fold my underwear like 5 times before you can roll it up.
No, I said hold it. What I wanted to ask was, do you visit your books often?
I like the old books they have in there, yes. I enjoy reading them over a nice cup of old tea. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about.
And at what time did you visit your books on the day in question?
Well, I was picking out books in there all afternoon, and it would have been just before 5 that I left. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're talking about.
Oh god, dementia. Just before 5, you say, exactly when the victim was attacked. Are you sure about the time?
Oh, yes, no mistake there. I remember it well. I'm not about to forget that day in a hurry, not after the dreadful time I had.
What do you mean? Did you get stabbed?
Well, I was walking down Calabash Road when I stepped on the ice and donked my head.
Oh, so you did fall over. And then Natsume got scared and ran home.
It's always worse after the snow stopped falling, but that's when it's most slippery. Knocked myself clean out, I did. Really thought my number was up.
Wait a minute, let me get this straight. This happened on Calabash Road.
That's right, I live in Cornpipe, you see.
What the fuck is Cornpipe?
Heading down Calabash Road is the quickest way for me to get back from your books.
Juror number 6, I must insist that you add that information to your formal statement. It may very well be extremely significant.
Ah, sorry, extremely sick? No, I'm quite alright now.
It sends a shiver down my spine to hear the members of the jury so convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt. But what I can't help feeling is that some of their opinions are rather subjective.
I agree, it's the irrelevance of what some of them are saying that sends a shiver down my spine. They just really don't give a shit about this guy. It's partly racism and mostly bystander effect. Still, at least some of their assertions don't actually incriminate Mr. Natsume of anything. That's something.
We must use that to our advantage, Mr. Naruhodo, cunningly.
Yeah, you're right. Let's listen to the jurors again carefully. If any of their assertions are at odds, I'll pit them mercilessly against each other.
Yes, don't hold back. Pit them all against each other.
Bum bum bum.
Wait, what did he amend his statement to? Fuck! God! Shit! Fuck! I just wanted to look at the last statement, god damn it! Knocked myself clean out. You. Actually, these two statements clearly show a flaw in the juror's reasoning.
Oh, flaw? What are you talking about, counsel?
Well, juror number 2, juror number 6.
Whatever do you mean, sir?
I think perhaps the old man didn't hear you.
Unbelievable. It's not like I was loud or anything. There's at least one fact of which we can all be sure here. The bookshop receipt found in the defendant's room clearly indicates that on the day of the attack. Beard. Exactly. That's the only thing he's concerned about right now. He'd been to your books and purchased a number of secondhand titles. He then returned home on foot.
But the man says he has no recollection of his return journey.
That's correct. But what he does remember is seeing someone appear in front of him on the way. Someone in a green overcoat who suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eyes.
Yeah, we're all aware of this. The poor young woman who was stabbed, obviously.
Objection!
Can we really be sure of that, madam?
My, whatever do you mean? Whatever could you mean?
I'm sure you heard juror number 6's account of what happened to him that day. That same afternoon, there was somebody else apart from the victim, who was wearing a green overcoat and who fell over on the icy streets in the neighborhood.
Oh my!
Shit.
My goodness, you mean?
That's right. That's right. I'm referring, of course, to the hard of hearing juror number 6.
Are you really suggesting that the person in the green overcoat whom the defendant saw collapse in front of his eyes was the jolly old gentleman on the end of the bench here with me today?
That is entirely possible, yes. After all, the old man has a somewhat similar build to the victim. Chonky. Well, look at that.
My goodness me!
Sorry, you need a pee? I don't know where the bathroom is. I've just been peeing where I'm sitting. It's getting awfully wet in here. Gross. And crucially, we know precisely where the old man in the green overcoat fell.
On Calabash Road.
Therefore, if the person whom Mr. Natsume saw collapsing in front of him was in fact juror number 6, it means the defendant must have taken the long route back to his lodgings. And if that's true, then clearly the crime scene on Briar Road where the woman was stabbed was not on his way home.
Oh my!
You idiot, old man. If he hadn't been so daft as to be roaming around there, we'd have boxed this off hours ago. And really, what were you thinking wearing such a befuddling coat?
It's my favorite coat. What did you say to me? I love my wife. Is it a crime for the elderly to watch the streets these days? Is it a crime to slip over on the ice? I'm just trying to live life, man. Is it a crime to keep up with the latest styles and wear a beautiful green overcoat, is it?
Well, I'm still racist, but... My lord, I do hope it won't cause any inconvenience, but...
You'd like to change your leaning, I presume?
I do declare that I would. I should like to call for a verdict of not guilty.
Thank you.
And I would too.
What?
Is it a crime to change your mind, is it?
Well... Anyways... Nice. Bong.
Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. That was wonderful.
Well, we've managed to change a couple of minds at least. It's strengthened our position somewhat. Somewhat.
Yes, and it will prompt the other members of the jury to reconsider their stance as well. They'll be asking themselves if their current leanings are really right or not. Now, if only we could just identify one more clue or discrepancy that would make them stop doubting Mr. Natsume. We might be able to tip the balance completely.
Would a precise hit to send the flame by that trajectory? It's all, like, pre-calculated, man. All the jury has to do is slam as hard as they can. Yeah, that's exactly what we've got to do. Van ZIEKS is looking to bring this trial to an early conclusion. He's cheating! Let me set up, man! That's what we have to prevent, by whatever means we have at our disposal. Yeah. Ugh. Like, every time I voice someone, like, pretentious, like, and pompous, it's just constant, like, ugh, sigh.
Thank you, counsel. On with the summation examination, please.
Yes, my lord.
I could have been that old man in the green that the defendant saw. I have to call not guilty. It's only right.
I just did hydrate, but I'll hydrate again, just for you.
I'm sorry about my overcoat setting a cat among the pigeons. I'm leaning to not guilty to make up for it.
You. This one. These two statements are clearly at odds with one another.
At odds, counsel. Explain yourself.
Please don't point. It wasn't me, I swear. Hey, what? I just want to get this done and dusted.
Well, juror number 3.
Oh, me, sir? What do you mean?
Juror number 5's words just now are extremely significant. Let's take a moment to consider the implications of what's been said on our map of the local area. On the day in question, Mr. Natsume visited this bookshop to purchase a number of secondhand books. And on the same day, we now know that there were works being carried out on Meerschaum Street, making it impassable. I mean, he said near the bookshop, so it... No, I guess, like, yeah, it would have closed it off regardless of which bookshop. Which means that the defendant's route home could not have taken him along Meerschaum Street and down Briar Road, because sidewalks don't exist yet.
Oh, yes, of course. What do you think, sir? Well, yes, you can't argue with that, really, can you? We must have had a good 2 yards or more of the pavement up. Every gentleman and gentlewoman that came along and had to turn back and go the other way. So the only conclusion is this. The defendant must have taken the longer route back to his lodgings. Yes, I suppose he must have. I suppose that must be right, eh? Juror number 3, you said the following. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop. But we see now that he had no choice. Yes! My lord, Mr. Judge, sir, if I may.
Yes.
I don't think in all good conscience that I can say the man's guilty now. Yes, I'd like to see this trial continue so we can get to the bottom of what really happened.
Bonk. Is he really not the fucking horse guy from last trial?
What about you, sir? Who, me? Well, alright then. Wait. If there's a hole in the prosecution's argument, it should be filled in, that's what I say.
Oh. I got a mosquito bite on my fucking ankle. It itches so much. Hate it.
Well, that summation examination has concluded with a rather large shift in opinion. The eyes 2, the nose 4. So the nose have it, not guilty, they say. Which means we no longer have a consensus among the members of the jury. The trial will continue.
Objection!
Objection. Ugh. Maybe it should be louder.
Could it seem churlish of... no, I'm doing Russian again. Could it seem churlish of me to drink from my hallowed chalice moments after raising an objection? Only to crush it in a disgust. Pray forgive the discourtesy.
Lord Van ZIEKS?
It seems I must retract my earlier remark.
What do you mean?
I mistakenly credited these jurors with intelligence by describing them as insightful.
Can you even drink there? If you're allowed to bring a katana in, you can bring wine in.
Yet we have just witnessed them falling for a cheap trick performed by an Eastern entertainer. Whatever do you mean?
Objection!
I haven't tricked anyone. Everything I said is the truth.
Indeed. Stalwart juror number 5 was undoubtedly repairing the road, as he claims. I believe you said it was a good 2 yards of the pavement which you had excavated, sir. That's right. Took me all day and they paid me a measly 2pence for it. Now, my learned Nipponese friends, tell me. Do you have any notion of the distance that 2 yards represents?
No.
If I'm honest, I don't have a clue, so... 2 yards is a little less than 2 meters.
Less than 2 meters? That's not much at all. Van ZIEKS, you are not the entire circus. You are a buffoon to the jury's contentment. I mean, yeah, but he gets to call them buffoons, I guess, because he's fancy and pompous.
In other words, a distance readily vaulted by anyone of moderate vigor.
I mean, take a look at my client, man. Does he look like a man of moderate vigor? He reads books all day. I don't think he could defend against a leaf in the wind, man. Much less jump a 2-meter gap.
Would you not agree, my stalwart friends? Me? Well, I can't say you're wrong, no.
What?
And did you perchance erect a sign to prevent pedestrians from
surpassing the sight of your works.
I wouldn't dream of it. What a waste of time.
Bruh. Talk about OSHA violation.
No coaches would have had a hope of passing anyway. And we just turn any gentlefolk back when they come. Kids just jump right over us all the time.
Well, the accused is no kid.
The accused is no gentleman as far as I can see. I have little doubt, however, that he could spring over a 2-yard trench in his meanderings around town.
Ah. What is this guy's facial expressions?
Is that true? Is it?
The incontrovertible truth is that the books just purchased by the accused were found at the scene. There can be no doubt that on his way back to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume walked down Briar Road. Unless someone moved the books, asshole! Crushed in a single sentence. And old man.
Cold man, you can talk. You can talk.
You say that around 5 o'clock on the day in question, you slipped and fell on Calabash Road. Pray, was there a suspicious-looking Nipponese behind you at the time?
Oh, can't say as I remember.
You don't remember?
How about a wager, my learned friend? You say it was this old man that the accused saw.
But I would lay 1,000 to 1 against you being able to prove it. Ah! Wait, do you want to make that bet? Because I could probably prove it, like, eventually, you know? I love this song. So cool.
Order, Lord Van ZIEKS, explain yourself.
My lord?
If you had such a trenchant argument up your sleeve, why in the world did you not proffer it during the summation examination?
Huh. I wanted to give this foreign young student the sightseeing experience he no doubt came for. I wanted him to see for himself how the opinion of the jury is so readily swayed. But my hospitality has its limits, and they've been reached, I feel. Sha! Oh shit! There goes the cloak. So, my learned friend, today's sightseeing tour of London is now over. What are you talking about? My lord! The prosecution requests permission to call its next witnesses to the stand.
Granted, bailiff, bring forth the witnesses.
Its next witnesses? We know about this, Rinosuke.
Mr. Naruto, do you not remember? We've been told on several occasions that there were eyewitnesses to the incident.
Yeah, I remember. One of them being a Scotland Yard policeman, no less. The cop did it!
I'm afraid that's likely to be the prosecution's next witness.
Alright, fuck me! No matter who Van ZIEKS brings to the stand as his witnesses, and no matter what they say, I believe in Soseki-san. I know he's innocent. And I'll keep believing to the very end, until this battle's over. What the fuck is up with you? Hello?
Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court.
Hello?
Wake the fuck up! Constable Rolly beat, sir. Nothing to report on the street, sir.
More clowns, yes. She's got a whole fucking duvet on her head, dude. Me.
And I'm Mrs. Beats. Patricia's my name. I'm proud to say I'm this young town hero's wife.
What's the story here?
Well, in truth, we've not been married long. In fact, we celebrated our first anniversary only the other day.
Have you drugged this man? No. It was your husband I was talking about. He seems tired. Hardly surprising. Whilst being an honorable occupation, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world. Doubt. Oh, really? I'm sure I've heard that before, actually.
Indeed, apart from rare days off, our gallant officers trudge some 20 miles a day, you know?
Okay, and my grandparents did that every day on the way to school, okay? And then back.
They patrol boarding houses and pubs, collect taxes, survey the streets, check the meters. Check that meters are reading true.
He eepy.
And they're responsible for keeping the streets clean and lighting and extinguishing our streetlights.
There are a number of items on that list that don't sound much like policing duties at all.
I wouldn't just be falling asleep on my feet. I'd have collapsed long ago.
But it goes without saying that a policeman's primary duty is the apprehension of criminals. Even when he's off duty, a constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crimes on his beat.
Gotta go, good luck. Oh, thank you. Have a nice one, Ved.
For the London Bobby is a man of honor,
Unless he murdered someone. He is not hearing any of this shit, bro. And a man of slumber.
On the day in question.
Oops. Hold on.
This man and his wife were walking down Briar Road in the opposite direction, and they witnessed the incident as it occurred. Is that not correct, Mr. and Mrs. Beats?
That's right, sir. Isn't it, Rolly?
Constable Rolly Beats, sir. Nothing to report on the streets, sir. Is that the only thing you say? I don't think this guy does any actual patrolling. What a great witness he's gonna be.
Very good. I'd like to hear your formal testimonies now, please. You'll tell the court exactly what you saw on the afternoon of the incident.
Yes, sir. Oh, I thought it was gonna collapse. What the witnesses saw.
It was our wedding anniversary and Rolly was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work. Anyway, two silhouettes appeared out of the fog on the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor. Then the other scattered something before running off. We ran straight over, of course, and then went for help at a nearby police box. It was definitely that Japanese man in the dock. Rolly and I both saw him clear as day.
How?
Well, this is extremely compelling testimony, I must say. Why the fuck didn't you bring these out earlier?
Oh dear, this policeman and his wife are claiming to have positively identified Mr. Natsume at the scene. If their testimony is true, the alternative course of events that you established in the summation examination will be quashed.
It's death knell, in fact. Because that alternative was never viable in the first place. How the fuck did you hear that, dude? She was chatting with me.
What an unfortunate chancing, and on your wedding anniversary too.
Oh, I know, but I still managed to go out for the evening with my man. I thank the Lord for that. Gosh, the life of a London Bobby sounds very hard indeed, especially dealing with a wife like that.
Indeed. However, this cross-examination will be over in minutes. You may well have time to rest this afternoon. What do you mean by that?
My learned friend, the witnesses saw the face of the man fleeing the scene.
They are testifying under oath that it was without doubt the accused, Mrs. Saseki Natsume. Shit. And one of these witnesses is a policeman, no less. So you appreciate the gravity of the situation, I'm sure. Shit! Stop saying that! Except that man's so tired, his wife has to do all the talking. I don't know if he's tired or drugged, man. I think she's sus.
Enough preamble. Counsel for the defense, commence the cross-examination, please.
Yes, my lord. She's got this guy on, like, horse fucking tranquilizers. Look, he's even got, like, the leads in his mouth, like a horse, you know?
It was our wedding anniversary.
Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Okay. Pressing time.
Hold it!
Meow. No time to change after work, you say? Are you also a member of the police, Mrs. Beat?
Oh no, sadly not. It's a job for strapping young men only. Women, children, and the elderly can't even apply. It's positively sexist, but honestly, he makes enough money for the both of us, so I don't mind.
Well, I think you can probably see why children and the elderly can't do the job, can you?
I think Rowley looks ever so handsome in his uniform. It suits you down to the ground, doesn't it, darling? I make him wear it when we fuck. I just finished my beat. Pat and I were heading back to the station. I was actually planning on getting changed there.
Is he talking in his sleep? This is creepy.
Oh no, Rowley. I much prefer you in uniform, you know that. That's why you're wearing it even now, remember? Sometimes I don't recognize you when I see you in plain clothes. Oh dear, that doesn't seem healthy. That's why I make him wear it during, sex.
Kindly adhere to the point. I don't wish to hear about your love life. You were going for a meal after you'd finished your beat for the day, correct?
That's right, sir. Yes, although I was fit to drop, to be honest, after spending the whole day on my feet. Oh, but policing's my life, sir. As long as I'm the proud owner of this, I'll serve my city and my queen to the end. What's that now? My warrant card, sir. Proof that I'm a London copper. It has the noble founding principles of the force written on it, as a reminder to all us policemen of our sworn duty. To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. To serve and protect, but like for real. We don't, just shoot people when acorns fall on our cars. That'd be fucking stupid. Sir! And for such a noble cause, I cover 20 miles every single day without failing, without a grumble. Because I know that the plodding of my beats is all Londoners need to hear to feel safe and secure. Except for all the stabbings. So, fighting crime doesn't appear to come into it then. But sir, just on that particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary.
I like how the light leaves his eyes when he gets fucking tired. Oh god. They're a fucking stupid PDA couple. I hate him.
Mrs. B puts up with a lot being married to a bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. Oh, Pats. Oh, Rowley.
Fuck is happening here?
Oh, what a charming couple. Their young love is such a joy to behold.
You're 16, Susato. If a little over the top, perhaps? Hold on. 21 and 23. They married young. Holy shit. Natsu- wait. Soseki is younger than Herlock Sholmes? What the fuck? Dude, you did not get those Asian genes. What is up, my man? It's the stress, probably.
And then, kindly describe what happened next.
2 silhouettes. Two silhouettes?
That's right. They were coming toward us, walking up Briar Road in the opposite direction. There was a rather plump figure followed by a scrawny, thin-looking man. That does exactly sound like the victim as pictured in this print, and like Mr. Natsume.
Yeah, unfortunately it does. However, you know, it also fits exactly the description of the guy.
And you're certain that at the time there was nobody else nearby? Oh yes, quite certain. It was dark, but there are streetlights on Briar Road, you see. There was nobody else around at all. Isn't that right, my darling? Wakey wakey! What? Oh, yes, that's right. Of course, there was a light fog on the ground. But Briar Road is dead straight, and you can see a fairly long way down the pavement. And there's the street lighting as well. I didn't see any other versions.
Before sleep takes a firm hold, your answer, please, Mr. Beats. Are you quite sure of what you just said?
Yes, sir. As a couple who spends all day, every day, keeping watch on the streets, I'd swear to it, sir. I'm as sure as my love for Patricia is true. Oh, Pat! Oh, Rowley!
Oh, God. They're still maintaining there was no one else around other than the victim and the attacker. Starting to seem like that must be how it really happened.
It's beginning to seem like there's nowhere to run.
Well, that didn't stop Mr. Natsume, did it? Fled the scene all too convincingly. Shit!
Thank you. I believe we have reasonably clear idea of the situation just before the incident now. What happened in the crucial moments that followed?
This bitch is so sus, man. I swear to God.
All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor.
Hold it! Scattered something. What do you mean by that?
Oh, well, I couldn't quite make out what it was at the time. But then we got closer, we realized what it was. Didn't we, darling? Right?
She does chiropractic every time she does that.
What? Oh, yes, that's right. Some old books.
I see. I see. Old books.
Yes, sir. The culprit had dropped a number of them all around where the victim lay on the pavement.
Indeed, as clearly pictured in this photographic print that we're going to cut to for the 7,000th time.
That rotten Japanese man did that when he did the deed.
Actually, let's not forget that it remains to be established that the defendant was indeed the attacker.
When we saw him, was the man in the dock without question, sir. The moustache, the hunched back, the cat-like eyes, the taut mouth, the snub nose. Everything! I spent a long time looking at him. Rowley, what do you mean by that?
Any more insults you want to throw in?
That's right! He looked down at that poor, defenseless woman with those terrifying, intense eyes. And then suddenly threw his books onto the pavement and ran away.
I see. Why the fuck would he throw his books on the pavement, though? Like, if someone collapsed, right? But, like, if he had intended to murder her, why would he drop the books? You know? This is tough. They seem as though they're telling the truth here. May I remind the court that this unambiguous testimony comes from a policeman and his wife. Now, please, continue. Yes, sir. Straight over and went for help at a nearby police box. Where be that? Was it your husband who went to fetch help? Also, isn't your husband a cop?
Oh, no, I went. I may not be a police officer myself, but I am the proud wife of one after all. Isn't that right, my darling?
Right? Yes, that's right. I asked Mrs. B to go. I was off duty at that point. Wait. Patricia and Rolly, so patrol. And beats is like the beat that they walk. Right. Wow. But a Bobby's never truly off duty, of course, so I felt obliged to stay and guard the scene. Just to be clear, ma'am, you can't claim cop discount if you are cop wife, yes. That voice crack was kind of oop. Mind drinking some water? Oh, I mean, like, the voice crack for that guy is, like, on purpose. But I am still kind of recovering from being sick. Just like the little last stages of it. But it should be fine.
Very laudable, Mr. Pete. Preserving the scene of a crime is a task of considerable importance.
That's why I sent Patricia, you see. I told her where to find the right police box. Forgive my ignorance, but what do you mean exactly by the right police box? Depends on a crime's location, you see, as to who deals with it. Where the woman was stabbed wasn't actually on my beat. So, I told Patricia the way to the police box for the beat the incident fell under so she could go and report it.
I ran there as quickly as I could and asked her for help from the Bobby on duty. From the Bobby on duty. There's nothing more potent than a young couple in love working together, you know.
And thanks to your swift response, the case was quickly resolved. The actions of 2 model citizens.
Oh, please, you're making us blush. Isn't he, darling? Right?
Yes, sir. What Patricia said, sir. What did she say, sir? I just agree with whatever she says. Let's move on, shall we? What a fucking goofy-ass couple.
It was definitely that Japanese man in the dock.
Hold it!
But surely you wouldn't have been able to see his face just by the light of the gas street lamps, would you?
We absolutely could. Us Londoners have exceptional eyesight, I'll have you know.
Right.
The light from the street lamps was more than enough. And my husband already told you that the fog was only light, didn't he?
Yeah, but I think he might have brain damage from being your husband. Yes, and what of the fog?
We're famous for it across the globe, I believe. But it's an absolute menace to those of us who have to live with it, of course.
Oh, it is, it is. When it's thick, you can't even see the hand at the end of your own arm.
Yes, alright, I take your points. Now, could you stop shaking your husband about?
You can't tell me what to do with my husband. He likes it anyway. The constant fog makes our eyes very sharp, you see. That's why we can tell you for sure and certain that it was that little Japanese man we saw. Can't we, darling? Right?
Yes. It was accused, no mistake. The moustache, the hunchback, the cut-like eyes, the tall mouth, the snub nose. Unmistakable, sir. As far as this couple's testimony is concerned, there can't be any question. It was Saseki-san they saw running away from the scene of the crime. So that's it, is it? That's their entire testimony?
What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, I hate to admit it, but on hearing the testimony, it really does seem as though Mr. and Mrs. Beat saw what they really saw. Mr. Natsume running away from the scene on Briar Road that day.
Shit! Yes, I feel the same.
So if that's true, where does it leave us?
The members of the jury are sure to call for guilty verdict after this testimony.
No! Then what do we do? Bullshit!
If Kazuma-sama were here...
What are you trying to say? Don't remind me of him. He's got his new love, Pop-Tarts!
I think he would try to find a contradiction somewhere else within their testimony.
What do you mean, somewhere else?
Their statement about seeing Mr. Natsume is unequivocal. Calling that into question won't help. But if you could identify some other part of their testimony which appears to contradict the facts, you might be able to discredit them, to make the jury doubt if the pair's memory of the day is accurate.
Right. What though?
Put simply, we must focus on finding a discrepancy in the statement somewhere. If we don't, I'm afraid the trial might reach an early and unfavorable conclusion.
Why do I always seem to be so up against it?
Mr. Lawyer, sir, can I ask you something?
Oh, yes, of course. What is it?
Well, you keep asking us all these questions about everything we've told you, so... Oh, it seems like you don't believe our testimony. Is that right, is it? Well, out with it.
What the fuck? Is she puppeteering him? Is this man dead? Is she just like Weekend with Bernie? Like, Weekend at Bernie's-ing him? What the fuck? What? No, it's really not that at all.
My husband's a policeman, remember? And I know what I saw. I remember every last detail, everything. Like... Oh, I know. What about the books the man dropped? I could tell you the names of every single one I could. Every single one. And you dare to question how reliable my testimony is?
That will do, Mrs. Beaton.
No, it won't do at all.
Curse of puppetry. Yeah, curse of, like, literal controlling wife.
That Japanese lawyer has no idea what I'm capable of. Even if I decide to forgive him for insulting us, don't think for a minute that Rowley will. And trust me, he can punch extremely hard when I'm controlling his fists.
I really didn't mean to cause offense. Please put your husband's fists down. You're going to injure him before you injure me.
Perhaps you would like to the opportunity to supplement your testimony, Mrs. Beat? Might that appease you?
Oh, thank you, my lord. That would settle things nicely. Wouldn't it, darling?
What else do you have to say, bitch? The name of the 4 books, huh? Excuse me, what the oh, wait, no. Is there? No, there is a 4th book. It's under there. Right? Huh? Wait. This one, though. He only had 3 books. I'm gonna press it anyway. I want to see if she can name them. Yes, we know that there were books dropped at the scene of the crime, as you say. that was purchased by the accused at the nearby second-hand bookshop at the day in question.
After I'd been to the police box for help, I decided to have a good look over the area for good measure. I'm a proud policeman's wife, after all. I did it for Rowley.
And what was your husband doing at the time?
Oh, he was lying face down in the snow, getting some well-deserved rest.
I think he was suffocating.
He works ever so hard, you know. Ever so hard. Don't you, my darling? He's not allowed to sleep on the bed.
Interesting way of guarding the scene of the crime.
Well, Mrs. Beat, seeing as you've regaled the court with the tales of your powers of recollection, would you be so kind as to recount the titles of the books you observed at the scene?
I'd be happy to. Now, are you all listening? There was the picture of Monsieur Somebody over there, and, what's it, Yearnings?
Hold on. The picture of Monsieur Lecoq, Canterbury Yearnings, and...
Then there was, a meal for someone, and the last was definitely the Thingamy's something.
Amazing. Amazing memory, girl. So real. So me.
You see?
Yes, I see there are 1 or 2 holes in your memory.
Oh well, they were along those lines, I'm quite sure.
There were indeed books found at the scene with titles along those lines, as you put it.
Well, what did I tell you? So I think it's very mean the way you've been implying that my testimony can't be trusted. Don't you agree, darling? Right?
Oh shit, he's got a gun! Anyone who accepts my Patricia will have me to answer to. What the fuck? Put the gun down, dude. His trigger... Bruh. His fucking trigger discipline shit. He had his finger on the trigger. What the fuck is this American cop shit, bruh? Terrifying. Yeah, she really is. So that's it, is it? Oh.
Bang 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 dang 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 ba 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 ba.
Okay, and let's present the receipt. You only borrowed 3 books, sorry. So you're saying there were 4 books?
That's right, I remember all of them. The picture of Monsieur Somebody, What's It Yearnings, A Meal for Someone, and a Thingamy Something.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Beat, but there's a fundamental flaw in that statement of yours.
Oh no! What flaw?
Simply that at the scene of the crime, there were only 3 books, not 4.
What?
This is the receipt from the bookshop where the defendant bought his books.
Your books?
Yes, and it was the details Mr. Natsume's purchase, and it details Mr. Natsume's purchases that day. But as you can see, only 3 books are listed.
Only 3? But no, that can't be.
Well, what the fuck? Are you fucking stupid? What if he just brought one along? He seems the type of guy.
Oh, can't go 1 minute without reading a fucking book.
You know, so he brings a book to the bookstore, buys some more books, reads the books while he's on the way back home from the bookstore. Same fucking shit.
I remember seeing them. There were 4 books, I tell you, 4 dirty old books.
Oh, really? Have a good look at this photographic print of the scene of the crime. As you can clearly see from this evidence as well, there are only 3 books except for the book that's underneath this book. Because Renoski is a little bit blind. He's a little bit blind.
What? I just don't believe it. I saw them there. I swear it. I saw them.
No, madam, I'm afraid your powers of observation cannot be relied upon.
Ah!
So it cannot be denied that though you say it was the defendant you saw, you could very well be mistaken.
Oh no! No!
Why is her skirt's all like patched up? Ugh. It's plainly evident that it is your powers of deduction that cannot be relied upon, my learned Nipponese friend.
What?
What cannot be denied is that these two witnesses saw the accused running from the scene. A fact that you know very well you have no hope of disproving. So you've striven to avert attention from that by dint of some inconsequential discrepancies. Wouldn't that be fair? He sees right through me. But your plan is somewhat recoiled against you. What are you talking about? It's quite simple. Let me explain with a toast. Although I'm sure your poor Japanese or Nipponese ass couldn't afford wine of this caliber. To the policeman's wife and her entirely accurate testimony in every respect.
Oh!
You see, the matter is not up for debate. At the scene on Briar Road, a total of 4 books were most definitely found.
Objection.
But what about the photographic print? There's a book under the book. You know, Skye, are you blind? Here, it's hard to see because my logo's on it, but like... Where the fuck's my logo? See, it's like right here. It's right here. Oh, wait. Oh, fuck. Shit. It's right here. Like, right underneath this book here. It's like a little hard to see because of all the fucking fog, but like, it's right here. Only 3 can be seen in that print. That print? You mean to say... Dude! Allow me to present another. One that shows the victim's hand. What? Oh. Shit. Wait a minute. The Lion's Pride. That's definitely from fucking, that's from the fire. That got burnt. Like, at the fire. Wait, what the fuck is that book underneath the book, then? Hello? Am I, like, stupid? Is that not? Is it just rock? No, it can't be, because these are, like, uniform fucking patterns, bro. What is this shit, bro? Is that not book? What is it? Yeah, this is from the fucking window. Like, they threw this out the window? Maybe snow? Pfft, I guess. I don't believe it. It's the 4th book! As you will observe... The 4th book was hidden from view in the original print by the victim's torso. And why was this not in the court record? No! Order! Order!
There, you see, look at that. Look.
Yes.
It's just like I said, isn't it, my darling?
Yes, sir. Patricia's always right, sir. If I ever say that she's wrong, she beats my ass. Let us study the receipt of the books purchased by the accused on the day in question. Mrs. Beats, the titles once again, if you please.
Oh, yes, of course. The picture of Monsieur somebody other.
The picture of Monsieur Lecoq. Haha, he said cock.
What's it, yearnings?
Canterbury yearnings.
A meal for someone?
A meal for Gabrielle, in fact. And the court has just heard. The witness remembers the book titles flawlessly, save for a few minor details. Mrs. Beats' powers of recollection can only be described as exceptional. Really? Are they? These are minor changes? Okay.
Did you hear that, Rowley? The gentleman paid me a compliment. Aren't you jealous?
Say you're jealous! Yes, sir. Flawless, sir. Patricia's flawless. But there are only 3 books on the receipt, and Miss Beaton mentioned 4. Ugh, are you fucking daft? There's nothing surprising about that. Clearly, the 4th book is that which is shown in this photographic print.
I'm sorry, Counsel, but does that not seem odd? Why should the 4th book be omitted from the receipt?
Because it was hers? It's not odd at all, my lord. As the photograph clearly shows, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, it belonged to the victim. The victim was holding her own book? I wonder what became of that 4th book. Obviously, it wasn't overlooked by the investigating officers at Scotland Yard. However, we just neglected to bring it up now. Because, fuck it, this is Ace Attorney. Evidence just shows up in the middle of shit. I have it here as evidence.
You will submit that in the aforementioned photographic print to the court, please, Counsel.
My pleasure, my lord. But only now that you asked. I'm not going to submit the other evidence that I have hiding away. The 4th book. The prosecution rests. I have nothing further to add. Okay, let's check out this. Wait, what? Where's the burn mark? Oh, look at this. The book has been badly burnt. You're right. You'd never be able to read it in this state. Especially not the latter pages.
What a terrible waste. Judging from the scorched edges of the paper, I think the damages must have occurred very recently.
A book recently damaged by fire. Why does that seem to raise a red flag with me? It's born...
Let me see, it's a book entitled The Lion's Pride.
I'm afraid I don't know any English literature at all. So it wouldn't be something I've heard. Wait a minute. The Lion's Pride. That's strange. I think I have heard of a book by that name before. And very recently, too.
It's a title I recognize too, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yeah, from the fucking Gyarados, bro. Fuck was she doing with it? What?
You seem surprised, my learned friend. But your resistance until now has been in vain. Entertaining, yes, but futile. The spurious longer routes to the accused's lodgings that you tried to establish in your summation examination, and the attempted discrediting of the witness's powers of recollection in your cross-examination.
Futile? I walked right into this, didn't I? Shit.
You see, everything we've said is true. Right? Isn't that right, my darling?
Yes, Pat. Marry me, Pat. You are married.
So perhaps the ladies and gentlemen of the jury would like to reconsider their positions.
Should the court waste any more time on this Nipponese travesty? Or is the decision you have to make all too apparent already? Who was that? Okay. So it's a cop and his wife, but the wife is very much the one that's in control. She's the top, very clearly. You have heard all of the witnesses and seen all of the evidence. This trial has run its course.
Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid we are in a terribly precarious position.
I know, but if I fight back in the wrong way now, I could very well just make matters worse. Think, Frianowski, think. What do you do now? I think this is a wait-and-see moment. Listen, Ace Attorney Investigations is coming out, or Investigations 2 is coming out, like, 2 days from now. And that game is all about waiting and seeing. Because Edgeworth is a patient man. We wait and see. I should just keep quiet now and see what happens.
Well, it appears the defense has no objection at this juncture. In which case...
Mr. Naruhodo, was I not clear? The case for the defense is in great danger.
Yes, I realize that, which is why I decided to let the sweat drip from my trembling brow in silence. You're so right. Sorry if I don't say... Well, okay. If I don't say anything now, it'll be all over. Shit. And it won't end well for us. I can't let that happen. Fuck. No, wait. The defense...
Objection!
Bruh. The defense will have to wait. Because that sapless hesitation cannot go unpunished. What the fuck? God damn it, I hate this fucking game. How am I supposed to know? Ah! Isn't your derisive finger-pointing punishment enough? No, my learned friend, it's over. That last cross-examination was your final chance to establish a credible defense, and you failed. The die has been cast. There is no more room for debate. Well, it might be over as far as you're concerned, but... Ah! Can't think of what to say.
If I may, Lord Van ZIEKS, it seems somewhat boorish to close down the debate at this point.
Your insignificant little Eastern Isle must be a lawless hole indeed. For a lowly judicial assistant, no less a woman, to have the audacity to intervene at a moment like this. Ugh. Ugh. Don't you fucking, talk down to my friend Susato like that. I am, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer. So you will have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice essential and her opinions invaluable.
Mr. Naruhodo, but what about the sexism?
One of this land's greatest guiding principles is tolerance. So the court will tolerate this female.
Go ahead, Mrs. Sato, please. Very well. Pray, what insight can you give us? What have we all overlooked in this matter that your, frail and petite little girl eyes can see? that is fit to pursue further.
Well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished. I see. And you believe that this new evidence warrants further examination, do you?
Okay.
Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think?
I mean, yeah, I literally just did.
It's possible that this new evidence might be the decisive proof that we've been waiting for. The judge is sure to ask the members of the jury to announce their leanings in a moment. And of course, he's sure to ask you to explain what the crucial piece of evidence is and why. So we must take this opportunity to examine the newly presented evidence as thoroughly as possible.
Yes, I understand, and thank you, Mr. Sato. I already looked. This is it. Susato-san has managed to win us one last chance here. Can't let it go to waste. The defense wishes to present evidence, my lord. Ugh. You're so annoying.
Very well. The defense may present one further piece of evidence. Evidence that apparently offers a profound insight into the case and has hitherto been overlooked.
This one.
Take that!
It burnt. The evidence in question is what we can see from the newly presented photographic print of the crime scene. The fourth book, found in the victim's hand.
Objection!
We have already discussed the fourth book at length. Other than it being in the victim's grasp at the time of the incident, no significance has been attached to it. Pursuing the matter further would be a flagrant waste of the court's time, as you well know. He's so aggressive.
Yes, I'm afraid, counsel, I must concur with the prosecution on this matter. When I afforded you this opportunity, you led the court to believe that the evidence in question contained a hitherto undiscovered clue.
Yes, because the cops can't fucking find shit. And they just didn't look at the back of the book.
So I must insist that you elaborate, counsel. You will identify this clue at once. Do I make myself clear?
Oh, yes, my lord. It's,
Mr. Naruhodo, I believe the prosecution is trying to avoid a thorough examination of the evidence.
I mean, yeah, no shit.
Which means you may very well be on the right track.
Yes, I think you may be right.
So, counsel, precisely where is this vital clue to this case, which this fourth book conceals?
It's on the back.
Where the burns are.
Got it!
Got it! I'm British now! I would ask the court to observe the back of the book in the question.
The back? What do you... Oh, good gracious! It's been burnt to a crisp!
So we have to ask ourselves, why was the victim clutching what is clearly an unreadable book? It is undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to have been doing.
Objection!
Oh my god, I think I just saw that their scarves are... It's one scarf. They're wearing one scarf. Like, together. Unnatural, you say, and what of it, my Nipponese friend? Oh! Were I to concede the point, if it bears no relation to the case, there is nothing to discuss. So, should you wish to assert that this fire damage is some veiled clue as to what happened that day? Pray do enlighten us all. What truth does this charred book hide? A charred book. There's nothing, there's just one possibility here, which I can't quite bring myself to rule out. It's an outside chance, certainly, but worth a try. Alright, I'll explain my theory. Garadeb killed her somehow. Like, both the wife and the husband. Or, sorry, the master and servant.
Don't keep us waiting any longer then, counsel. Explain this theory of yours. What are you suggesting that you can ascertain from the fire damage this sorry tome has suffered?
The owner. My lord, the burn on the back of this book reveals a startling truth about the book's owner.
I beg your pardon?
What? We already know who the book belongs to. The victim was gripping it in her hand as she fell to the floor. After all, it's obviously hers.
The question of how this book came to be in the victim's hand is yet to be answered. However, as to the questions of who the book really belongs to and where it originated, the defense has very credible answers.
Good gracious, how can you possibly?
Very well. I'll play along with this futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise. But do remember, the members of this jury may very well burn you if your little gamble goes awry.
Counsel, the defense's response here is very likely to influence the final outcome of this trial. So shut the fuck up for a little bit, why don't you? So tell the court, who do you claim is the owner of this burnt book?
Mr. Crescent Moon, man.
Take that!
Sure. The answer is that the book belongs to the couple who own the house where the defendant has his lodgings. A certain Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb. Wait.
The landlords?
And whether this is some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fate at work, I don't know, but... Of all the people in London, one of the 6 chosen for jury duty in this courtroom today is none other than Mrs. Garadeb herself.
Oh my goodness me! I think you must be mistaken, sir. I'm not Mr. Garadeb's wife. I'm his maid, who happens to share the same last name.
This sure is engaging. Yeah. Plot twist after fucking plot twist, baby. Things would be so much easier if you would just drop the pretense. Alright then, how about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book in Mr. Garadeb's house?
I would never presume to know all of the books he keeps, sir.
Objection!
Answer the fucking question, bitch. Oh, this is outlandish behavior. This woman is the accused's landlady, you say? You implicate this hard-working member of the public. You besmirch her without a shred of evidence. Your actions are unforgivable.
Objection!
Actually, Unforgivable is the name of a fanfic that I read once, and it was really good. This is not mere conjecture. The defense happens to know that on the day in question, at almost exactly the same time as the victim was stabbed on the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room on the top floor of Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb's house.
Good lord, what sort of incident, counsel?
A fire, my lord.
Afraid to say it was.
Oh, wait, no, that's another.
Afraid to say it was. Happened in the blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bolly thing. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The bolly furniture started going up as well. Worst of it is, I lost my favorite. Book called The Lion's Pride.
Oh shit, he did say it. Oh. I thought we were just... Look at his JoJo pose. The Lion's Pride.
By Jove, the very same title that that's the subject of this debate. Oh dear me!
Objection!
This is risible! All you've told the court is that a book by the same name was involved in a fire. In which case, it would be reasonable to assume that it was burned to ashes. And entirely unreasonable to infer that it magically removed itself to the scene of the crime. Perhaps it would make more sense if I told you that the cause of the fire was marital discord. She probably fired the fucking cannonball at him, honestly. Without going into details, it appears that Mrs. Garadeb was considerably enraged. Because she thought that he was cheating, but he literally just had someone else's bookmark in the book. Apparently, she continued to attack Mr. Garadeb even amid the flames.
Oh, how Oh, I can't even imagine being so horrid to the one you love, right, Rolly? Just because I choke you out doesn't mean you don't enjoy it, right, Rolly?
Absolutely not, sir. My Patricia would never raise a finger against me, sir.
Had all my favorite novels in that, favorite old novels in that case. But as soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh! Up in smoke. Then the wife started hurling things at me. There was I, backed up against the window under heavy enemy fire. Incendiary books coming 10 to the dozen. The man had his back up against the window and he had burning books thrown at him. Goodness gracious, are you suggesting that the book was thrown through a window and landed coincidentally at the scene of the crime?
Objection!
No. A thorough investigation of the surrounding area was conducted the very evening of the incident, and there was no report of the Garadeb's window pane being broken. That's quite true. We also saw no sign of broken glass when we visited the Garadeb household, but like it could have just been open. Duh. But is it not conceivable that the window was open at the time and not even remotely? Okay, geez. No need to be so fucking aggro, man. Let us not forget the season and the chilling weather that accompanies it. No Londoner would ever leave a window open in the middle of winter.
Does the defense postulate the scenario in all seriousness, counsel? Do you earnestly claim that the book found at the scene was a flaming projectile thrown by Mr. Garadeb's wife?
No, I think she launched it out of the cannon at him. Hopefully their laundry was fine. I believe it's a possibility, my lord. So can we get him to testify? That's quite enough. Unless they were trying to make air for the smoke to go. Yeah. Like, Garadeb, like the Sir, Mr. Garadeb could have, like, opened it because shit was on fire, you know?
Well, I hope that everyone can see you for what you are now, you little foreign trickster.
Why are you so racist, lady?
You call yourself a lawyer, but you're just a coward. A mean coward.
Really?
Claiming that a little tiff set the whole neighborhood alight.
Honestly, I didn't.
Implying that I'm merely posing as a maid for appearance's sake. How could you? It's nothing to do with this beastly case, not any of it. All you've done is sully our family's name.
Our family? I thought you were just the maid. No, I assure you, that was never my intention.
Dragging an upstanding citizen's name through the mud simply to divert attention from your failing defense. Oh.
Why did you smack him?
I should box your ears, that's what I should do. It's utterly unforgivable.
Too right. Here we go. How long have we sat here now listening to this Nipponese spouting out his fancy foreign theories? But think about it. We're fucking racist at the end of the day. The only person who could have possibly stabbed the victim is that little hunchback with the mustache. And he ran away from the scene, too.
I do declare you're right.
It's true.
Yes, what did I tell you?
Makes sense to me. Sorry, where's that?
Well, it would appear that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are once again in full agreement,
Except for, you know, the guy that can't hear.
What is your position, Lord Van ZIEKS?
In truth, my lord, I feel these have been unnecessarily protracted proceedings. But then one must always exercise patience in order to savor the best vintage. Excuse me, nuh-uh. No, wait! The mystery of the fourth book still hasn't been... Oh my god, can you stop with the fucking leg slam, dude? If books If books are your predilection, my learned friend, study them on your own time. Fuck, you're rude. What, no forgive the discourtesy this time? No. He shined his shoes this morning. They're clean.
In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now state your individual decisions regarding the defense's culpability for the court to hear.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty. What the fuck? I thought you didn't hear. Bruh. Not again. Oh my god, bro. What the fuck?
Thank you for that unambiguous response.
That's twice now, it's over.
Mr. Naruhodo, don't give up.
Miss Susato?
Have you forgotten? The battle isn't over yet.
You're not suggesting...
Of course, the defense has a right to another summation examination at this point. You could still convince the jurors to change their minds. You have one more chance.
Okay, we're doing this fucking rigmarole again, dude. My lord! The defense asks to exercise its right to a summation examination. Huh. Ugh, you believe you still have tricks up your sleeve. I don't intend to trick anybody. I intend to uncover the truth. This is no time to be downcast. As long as there's a chance, I have to stay strong and determined. What? To be continued? No, I want to finish the fucking case. It's a marathon week, baby. I'm fucking continuing. Welcome again, 7-hour Ace Attorney stream. Woo!
I have considered the defense's counsel request for a further summation examination of the jury.
6-hour Pop-Tart!
And I have determined that this court must uphold the defense's judicial right to this procedure.
Ugh.
So, counsel, you will now proceed with your second summation examination. I presume the jury is ready, Mr. Foreman?
We are, my lord.
Very good. In that case, I must ask each of you now to state clearly and concisely for the court the grounds on which you find the defendant guilty of this crime.
Okay. Here we fucking go. Judicial findings. The jurors' contentions. The accused left behind evidence at the scene, didn't he? The 3 books of his.
If there was some novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider. Even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to this crime if the window was closed, can it? Dearie me, it was only a little book. Hardly life-threatening, even with a direct hit.
Look, I just want to get this over with. If I don't bring home some pay tonight, I'll be in a tidy bit of trouble.
Come to think of it, we had a fire at home a while ago. It gave me the sneezes.
Nice, dude. Yes. Considerably more tangible arguments from all members of the jury this time around, it seems, except for the old guy. Fuck. Hope I don't turn out like him. With one notable exception, of course. Why did we choose him for jury duty again? My learned student friend was unable to find fault in the previous witness testimony. So the court must accept the fact that it was indeed the accused seen fleeing from the scene. And moreover, bam, no one else was even at the scene to commit the crime.
Well, if the eyewitnesses are correct, it would seem as if the conclusion is somewhat set in stone. I fail to see how it can be argued any other way.
That means, I'm afraid, that during the summation examination, it's essential that you establish some other tangible explanation for the facts.
But how? What would even constitute a tangible explanation here? Isn't it obvious? Who stabbed the woman and how? Those two details are all you need to provide. Oh, thanks. Simply give us a name and a method by which the attack was conducted. And there I was thinking this might be hard. Shit. I gotta prove someone else guilty to prove my fucking client innocent. Whoop-de-doo, baby.
But Mr. Naruto, you have to do it. Otherwise, this really will be where the trial ends.
Ugh, no pressure then.
That's quite enough preamble. Proceed with the summation examination, please. I presume you are prepared, counsel?
Oh, yes, my lord. Alright, Ryunosuke, focus your mind now. Big smack! Oh, double smack. For the second one. Clearly the key to the summation examination is going to be juror number 4, the maid. Or should I say Mrs. Garadeb?
We have a book that disappeared from the Garadeb's house on the evening of the incident. And the 4th book found in the victim's hand.
There must be a way to link the two. Yes, that's what we have to find. Using every technique I've learned in my short career so far, which is pressing and pitting. And presenting. Whatever it takes.
Don't forget to keep an eye on Mrs. Garadeb and how she reacts, even to the things other people say.
Oh, I got it itchy on my back in a place I can't really scratch very well. That sucks. That's fine. The accused left behind evidence of the scene, didn't he? Those 3 books of his. But as we know now, there were 4 books, not 3. Well, what difference does that make? There's every possibility that the 4th book belongs to the defendant's landlord. Yeah, that's the part I have a problem with. Sorry? Well, at the point the woman was stabbed, this landlord fellow was at home, wasn't he? Take a break, do a proper big stretch? Alright, alright. Oh, fuck. Whew. Needed. Appreciated. Enjoying a fiery scrap with his wife or something, you said. That's not exactly how I put it, no. There was a scrap and there was fire, but close enough, I guess. Well, anyway, the point is the fella and his wife was somewhere else when it happened.
I think that's what you can call a strong alibi.
So it couldn't have been a landlord who did it? Which only leaves the Nipponese fella. Honestly, I can't see what all this palaver's about. It's a done deal, isn't it? I suppose it is, since I have nothing witty left to say. When the writers can't come up with anything.
If there was some novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider.
Hold it!
So you might be willing to change your decision, you mean?
Oh my! Such delight on your face, but I'm afraid I shan't be swayed by emotion. Even if you are quite a looker. Despite what you may think of me, I am a very modern, metropolitan, and rational woman.
That's great.
If one reads the morning papers, it's all forgotten by tea time, isn't it? So why read them in the first place?
What?
Oh, you see, modern, metropolitan, and rational thinking, wouldn't you say?
And not at all extreme.
As I see it, an overwhelmingly suspicious Japanese man has been implicated by overwhelmingly strong testimony. And it surely couldn't be someone British. So despite 1 or 2 minor puzzlements, I do declare that the man is overwhelmingly guilty. Modern, metropolitan, and rational logic, wouldn't you say?
Overwhelmingly.
But us modern galas are always delighted to embrace new fads, you know. So I'd be only too happy to consider an exciting new theory if we could come up with one.
I'd be happy to do that too, if only I could.
Let's do our very best not to disappoint the modern and metropolitan young lady.
Right. Glad you omitted the rational there. 'Cause she is not.
Even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to the crime if the window was closed, can it?
Hold it!
But what about the possibility that the window was open?
What about it? I mean, there's just no way it could have been.
How can you be so sure?
The prosecutor fellow over there said it earlier, didn't he? Windows in London are no joke. You don't want to invite that sort of cold indoors. So no, that window wasn't open. Us Londoners like sitting by the fire and staying warm, see?
But you couldn't categorically state that the window wasn't open, could you?
It just wasn't. They wouldn't open it.
Then what's the point in even having windows, huh?
Counsel, you will kindly refrain from this childish bickering.
Sorry. Somehow I need to show there's an undeniable possibility that the window was open. Because this young man isn't going to budge otherwise.
Dearie me, it was only a little book. Hardly life-threatening even with a direct hit.
Hold it!
But the little book was on fire at the time, was it not?
With flames of love and actual fire, I'll have you know.
There's really no such thing as a loving incendiary bomb. Stop hitting the next juror!
Well, he brought it upon himself. It's playing with fire to betray a fiery love. Isn't it? Well, don't you agree?
He didn't cheat. That's someone else's fucking card. Oh, well, any kind of betrayal is certainly a bad thing, yes. Not that he did. I think the argument might have arisen out of your misunderstanding, Mrs. Garridev.
Fuck you! Never you mind that. The point is, we were just having a jovial little dispute, nothing more.
Stop!
And it won't have any more of these suggestions that it was anything whatsoever to do with this crime.
It's instinctive reflex at this point. Yeah. You know, she's the fucking abusive one, you know? Which is really scary in a very flammable house with a fireplace, you know? Right, well, we'll see about that. But what about jury number 5? Ow. He doesn't seem to be turning a hair in Mrs. Garrideb's relentless onslaughts.
It's almost as though he's used to it. What a gentle soul he is.
No, I think the women of London are just fucking insane.
Look, I just want to get this over with. If I don't bring home some pay tonight, I'll be in a tiny bit of trouble.
Hold it!
The wife's gonna be hitting me way harder than that.
You just want to get this over with? How can you sit there and say something like that? A man's future is at stake here.
Well, him and me both then, like I said before.
What?
I told you already, I'm a day laborer, aren't I? If I don't bring home some readies with me tonight, you'll find me floating face down in the Thames tomorrow morning.
What?
You heard me. My missus isn't one to mess about, you know. She can be fierce. Believe you me.
Why is he even here and not at work? Jury duty, man. Inescapable. Another shining example of marital bliss, then.
A situation like this cropped up the other day. It was, I
don't like thinking about it. Do you know, it's funny, but I can't quite remember. Sorry? It was too frightening. That's the thing. Must have blocked it out. Helpful.
I wonder if Mr. Beat will ever be dragged into the Thames by his scarf.
Don't even go there, Mrs. Sato. I'm sure she's already, you know, choked him fully with the scarf. There must be some way to jog his memory about this.
Come to think of it, we had a fire at home a while ago. It gave me the sneezes.
Hold it!
Does that have anything to do with your decision about the defendant's culpability in this case?
Sorry, what's that? You'll have to speak up, lad.
Could you tell us more about that fire?
It was last winter. My grandchildren baked me a lovely cake on my birthday. It had 75 candles on top. It did. What a sight to behold it was.
You put candles on a cake? Was it some kind of devil worship?
Of course not. It was an angel cake. To celebrate my birthday, obviously.
Oh, do they not do that in Japan?
It seems that's a common custom here in Great Britain, Mr. Naruto.
Anyway, I mustered all my puff to blow them out. Only I must have blown wrong somehow. The flames didn't go out, but the candles went flying all over the room, and so did my dentures. The furniture caught and everything went up. The whole place filled with smoke.
Definitely sounds like devil worship to me. And by the sneezes, I presume you mean a cold, but how'd you catch a cold from a fire?
Oh no, what a fiasco it was. The grandchildren, bless them, threw water over me as they tried to put out the flames. And then, because the whole room had filled up with smoke, of course, we had to open all the windows to clear it.
Okay, here we go. The windows.
The biting winter air rushed through me like the devil dancing on my grave, it did. I caught a terrible cold from it, put me in hospital for a while. I won't forget that birthday in a hurry.
I knew it was devil worship all along! Something about this old man's story is playing on my mind for some reason.
We need to demonstrate who, apart from Mr. Natsume, could have attacked this young woman on the street, as well as how he or she could have done it.
Yeah, but once again, the jurors' statements are full of personal prejudice. A lot of them seem convinced they're right, even in the face of logical arguments to the contrary.
I think you're going to need to pit them against each other to force them to accept an alternative explanation.
Yeah. I don't necessarily need to find contradictions between their assertions. Just a connection might do the trick. Alright, I'll see what I can do. If anything stands out, I'll go in for the strike.
That's the spirit.
The spirit of the devil! This one.
I wonder how fires are dire. You have to open windows to clear the smoke. That's when the chill gets, you see.
Objection!
These two jurors' statements clearly contradict one another, even though they don't really contradict, but you know, like, they're connected.
They do? How exactly, counsel?
Don't point at me again. I told you it wasn't me. This guy's definitely a fucking criminal.
What's that you say? Speak up, lad. Speak up.
I'm literally yelling as loud as I can, sir. Juror number 3, do you see?
Oh, me? See what, sir?
Did you hear juror number 6's account of his birthday celebrations last year? It seems, despite being a Londoner, he once opened his windows in the middle of winter.
Well, yes, of course, because it was an emergency. I mean, obviously, if the room was filled with smoke from a fire, then you'd be mad not to open the... Oh, shit. Oh, fuck.
Exactly. On the day in question, at the time of the incident, there was a fire in the Garrideb household. And Mr. Garrideb had the following to say about it.
The whole place filled with smoke.
Oh my.
Oh, my hat!
That's a lot of fucking tea, ma'am. Holy shit! She's fucking downing that shit like nothing! I'm not even like water. Also, I love this guy's little fucking facial portrait. That's so funny. Holy fuck, how much tea is in that teapot? Infinite fries, now infinite tea. God damn, babe.
Excuse me.
Extreme hydration. You know what? Speaking of... Juror number 4, do you have something to say about that? Yes, I have to go to the bathroom. Please excuse me. Oh, why do you have to go to the bathroom? I've been going to the bathroom in my seat the entire time. Mrs. Garrideb.
Oh, dearie me! What is the meaning of this? How dare you imply that I'm hiding who I really am?
What? It's, well, imperative that you confirm something for the court. So please, it's time to drop the pretense now.
What is it?
When the fire started in your house that day, did you or your husband go open the window?
I beg your pardon? What are you insinuating?
The room would have been thick with smoke after the carpeting bookcase caught fire as they did. In a situation like that, it's inconceivable that you wouldn't have opened the window.
And what if we did?
Oh, all right then.
Yes, you're right. My husband was frantically trying to open the window, which can't have been easy since I continued to give him just a justly deserved book battering.
Even though your house was on fire?
Oh, you never stop throwing until the anger subsides. It would be terribly bad for the nerves to do otherwise.
You're fucking nuts, lady. Kinda metal. Of course, should have realized. I mean, it would be metal if he actually was cheating, but, you know, he wasn't.
That's a significant step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. We've managed to establish that the window was open. We simply must have that added to Mrs. Garrideb's formal statement. Now that you mention it, yes, the window was open at the time. I'd clean forgotten, but it's true.
Hold it!
The fourth book found at the scene of the crime shows very obvious signs of fire damage. And the title of the book is The Lion's Pride. The same title, in fact, as the book that Mr. Garrideb told us he'd been reading.
Well, I really couldn't say.
On the day in question, did you or did you not throw at your husband the copy of The Lion's Pride that he'd been reading? Yeah, lions again. He likes lions. Maybe that's why he likes his lion of a wife. She's so fucking aggressive.
I did. It was the first thing I could lay my hands on, so I hurled it straight at him. And now you come to mention it, yes. He was rather enjoying reading it, you're right.
Why did you not reveal this information to the court from the outset?
Because I couldn't, you insolent little man. I didn't remember. At times like that, you pick up and throw whatever you can lay your hands on as well, you know?
I really don't. I really don't. Me and Kazuma were actually, you know, really, you know, domestic and without the violence, you know? Sometimes people aren't abusive, lady. Consider that.
Oh boy.
Oh.
I barely noticed I was throwing a book, much less the title of it.
This guy's like, man, the missus is just like her. She's just like her for real, for real.
Excuse me.
What is it, juror number 5?
You know something? I've remembered what it was. That memory I'd blocked out. More abuse.
Ah.
How it was listening to this, to what this granny was saying. Brought it all flooding back. Rude! Who are you calling a granny, you cheeky devil? I'm Mrs. Garrideb or the maid, I'll have you know.
Man doesn't even flinch. Please tell me that's not because he's so used to being hit all the time.
It was about 2 weeks ago now. I just got home, back home after work, like. I put my hand in my pocket for the wages I just earned that day, and I nearly died. There was a hole. Every last penny dropped out.
Oh, fuck, dude. My condolences. Oh, dear, what a disaster.
You haven't heard the half of it, boy.
Oh? The wife was cutting up some chicken at the time. I could hardly get the words out, but I told her straight. I've lost the day's wages, love. Oof. Next thing I knew, the blade was whistling past my ear. Stuck into the wall next to me, it did. About an inch deep. Dude. Dude. I think you need to leave your wife. I think it's time for a fucking divorce. What the fuck? What the fuck? Dude, yeah, dude, run! Dude! Sir, get a fucking divorce! No words, just terror. Yeah, this is my real life reaction. What the fuck? I could smell it then, you know, the god-awful stench of the Thames. I was sure I was going to end up face down in the muddy banks that night, I can tell you. Do people really stay in a relationship this hazardous? I guess they do in the fucking 1800s. Now that's a real disaster, isn't it? I'll never use the word lightly again. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is this. When women lose their rag, they'll throw anything at you. Knives, hatchets, hammers, you name it. What the fuck? Has she thrown a hatchet at you too? Bruh. What the fuck? Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't think that all women are so short-tempered and unrefined. Just because I throw you on the floor does not mean that I'm injuring you. You'll just be sore the next day. No, I wasn't thinking that. Throwing household objects at people as well. It's so uncivilized. I just throw the person. At least attack with honor, using a bow or the like. Oh. What? Attack? Who are you gonna attack? Never mind. Anyway, this man's words could be rather significant, I think. All right, we'll come back to the bow and arrow thing later, if I dare. She's going to kill someone. A woman in rage will hurl almost anything at you, and this kitchen knife really brought that home to me.
Hold it!
Your wife really threw a kitchen knife at you? That's right. She was chopping meat with it. Had a tiny edge on it, believe me. Still, it's all memories, isn't it? Started with that smile she threw me when we were courting. And since then, the list of things she's thrown at me has grown along with our relationship. There was a cup, then a glass, then a pot, then a kettle, a chair, a wardrobe, a cooker, a bathtub. What the fuck is your wife, the Hulk? What's happening here? What the fuck? Bro! Hello? You need to leave. And also get your wife imprisoned, bro. Like, Judge, Your Honor, Your Honor, could we please, like, redirect the fucking case to this? Can we get this man's wife locked up, please? Your wife must be even beefier than you. And things came to an end last week when she threw me right into the Thames. She threw you in the river? Still, she's not so bad when she's calmed down. She's a little squeeheart, really. Bruh. Not the not the casual abusive relationship, bro. What the fuck? His wife is forklift certified. No. Oh yeah, no need of a forklift. Yes. Exactly. She does not need a fucking forklift to lift anything, dude. She could lift the fucking world. She could lift it like Atlas, dude, if she needed to. Just to throw at her husband. I'm so happy for you. If you want to know what I think this whole idea of ladies first that we're so obsessed with in this country was thought up by some clever lads who've been tossed in the Thames a few too many times by their wives. That's a very interesting theory. I think you need to, leave your wife. What a terrible thought. On the face of it, this juror's statement just sounds like a really extreme anecdote. But I think it might turn out to be an extremely powerful weapon. A weapon I might be able to use to make the jurors accept an alternative explanation here. Fuck! God damn it! So the window was open when the Gyarados were arguing that day.
Yes, Mr. Gyarados has finally admitted to it. Which is a very significant victory for the defense.
I feel like the fog's starting to clear and an alternative explanation to the case is starting to show itself. You. Someone threw that fucking knife.
Objection.
Those two statements clearly have deeply significant connection.
Good grief, you mean they don't contradict each other? Explain, counsel, at once!
Juror number 2, do you think perhaps that this could be one such novel alternative?
Oh my, whatever do you mean?
An alternative explanation as to how the victim was stabbed in the back. What are you talking about? Your Honor, my client said double it and pass it to the next victim. We've demonstrated that the 4th book, The Lion's Pride, that was found at the scene of the crime, originated in Mr. Gyarados' room at the top floor of his house. Therefore, it's equally possible that some other object besides the book could have found its way from the Gyarados household to the street below.
Hey, what's that now?
After all, Mr. Gyarados could have thrown any number of, or Mrs. Gyarados could have thrown any number of different objects at her husband. Isn't that right, juror number 4?
What are you insinuating now, you little beanpole?
True, he is a twink. I'm beginning to think that ever since the true origins of this book came to light, perhaps she's had a feeling this might be what happened. Now you listen here, you Easton Gala. As the foreman of this jury, I demand a straight answer. You give it this yarn about some other object making its way out of the house, but what? What was it? The knife, dude. Really taking a big gamble here. Shit. That was a bold accusation to make, but I haven't any real evidence to back it up. I'm certain that at the very least, this warrants further investigation. Alright, Mr. Foreman, I'll try to explain the defense's theory. The other object that found its way from the Gyarados household to the scene of the crime was... the knife.
Take that!
Alright, so what I'm guessing is implied here is that she threw the book, the lady walked by, she saw the book, like, on the ground. She's like, what the fuck is this doing here? She leans over, picks up the book, and as she's leaning over, Mrs. Gyarados throws the knife out the window, and it fucking stabs her in the back. Why? So much fucking shit. Juror number 4, Mrs. Gyarados. What now? I must apologize in advance for this. But I need you to confirm something else for the court. This knife. Have you ever seen this knife before?
Good lord, counsel, what on earth are you doing? That's the weapon that was lodged into the victim's back, man!
Yeah. Duh. My lord, remember that when the victim was attacked, Mr. and Mrs. Gyarados were in the throes of an argument. Mrs. Gyarados was hurling anything she could at her husband, who'd been backed up against the window. A window that had been opened to clear the smoke and through which a book sailed to land at the crime scene.
You can't seriously believe that. The book was found in the victim's grasp.
Are you saying that it flew out of the window and across the street to land neatly in her hand? Oh, wait. It was across the street, huh? Huh. Interesting. How the fuck?
Huh. Even my missus hasn't got a name like that.
That's not the right voice. Yes, I admit there are many details we don't yet understand. But that's the point. That's precisely why. We must not allow this trial to end. Not right now.
Oh my!
He just woke up. Mrs. Garrett, your answer, please. Have you seen this knife before or not? Fuck, fine. Yes. Oh, If you throw something in a rage, you throw it hard. Yeah, that's true. My lord.
I wish to change my decision. This is fucking exciting. I'm a woman of my word, after all.
Oh, that's the wrong accent. That's fine. Thank you, madam. Yes, I agree. I certainly didn't see this coming, but I just don't think it would be right for this trial to come to an end now, with so many unanswered questions. Mr. Foreman! I'd have to agree. And not that I think the granny did it, mind. But she is fucking, scary, just like the missus. Yeah, you know what? I'm not quite happy about this at the moment either. All together now, ladies and gents. Ba-ba-ba-ba. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hoorah. We did it again! No way!
Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruto.
So as a result of the defense's summation examination, a number of jurors' leanings have changed. 2 jurors called guilty amongst 4 now calling innocent. Accordingly, the opinion of this court is divided, and this trial will continue. Now then, Lord Van ZIEKS, how does the prosecution wish to proceed?
Ugh, I'm fucking tired of this shit. This trial is rapidly descending into a farce. You haven't even said that much, dude. You're not doing a very good job. Like a corked wine, the first few sips are bitter enough. Bam. But what follows is so repugnant, it's good for nothing save the gutter. If I may, Lord Van ZIEKS, the defense has just put forward a credible alternative explanation for what happened. Credible? Is that your considered opinion, Mr. Foreman? The defense's argument is a joke to which I barely know how to respond, but let me start by insisting that you must all familiarize yourselves better with the relative positions of those places being discussed. What do you mean by that? What's his angle this time? It should already be more than apparent that between the crime scene and the Garrett household runs a rather wide street, Briar Road. Yeah, but she throw real hard, she throw real good. Which means that the distance from the Garrett house to the scene is some, 15 yards. Let me see, 15 yards. That's around 14 meters. I don't know either of those systems of measurement. I have no fucking point of reference for how long a yard or a meter is, because I don't measure things often. 14 meters, that's a little farther than I'd imagined. And as you ladies and gentlemen of the jury rightly noted as having portentous significance, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, the smoldering book wantonly hurled by the lady of the house traveled some 15 yards to land on the opposite side of the road, neatly between the collapsed fingers a victim's fingers and thumb. No, she picked it up and then she died, idiot! Is that your final conclusion, my learned and deluded friend? No. The fuck? No? She picked it up. Like, she threw the book real hard across the street. Like, she picked it up, and while she was, crouched over, she threw the knife. And did the jackknife follow a near-identical trajectory to plunge into the middle of the victim's back? This fantasy is somewhat stretching the notion of having a bad day for the victim, I think. Even those pathetic serialized detective stories have more believable plots. Ah, no, you can't fucking compare me to Sherlock Holmes, man. There's nothing I can say to that.
That prosecutor loves the sound of his own voice. Which is crazy because it keeps changing.
Mrs. Sato.
Serialized detective stories are pathetic, are they? How dare he!
Maybe let's pick our battles here.
My lord, might I be allowed to speak? As judicial assistant, you may speak for the defense. Yes, go ahead. The prosecution may consider the idea a fantasy, but what the defense has postulated was believable enough to persuade the jury to change its leaning. And as such, the court has a duty to explore this alternative explanation as thoroughly as possible. To that end, Juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Garadeb, must be called to testify and submit to cross-examination. Saint alive! A cross-examination of the juror?
I mean, yeah, because you guys didn't do your fucking research.
Order, order, order! Well, this is highly irregular. It is unprecedented for a member of the jury to be summoned to the witness stand.
Objection!
Assuming your forearm is a foot long. Interesting. And how many feet are in a yard again? That's like, what? 3? There's 3 of these? I still don't know. 15 yards is 50 feet. So 50 forearms? I don't know. I feel like football players throw that far, right? Like, football players throw harder than that. Like, what? Like, is that so, like, unbelievable?
Lord Van ZIEKS?
There are already witnesses in the stand whose testimony the defense may further cross-examine. Probably exaggerated to throw a book so fast and hard. Maybe. If my learned friend's farcical theory has any truth to it, then both a burning book and a jackknife must have flown through the sky before this couple's eyes. And we must assume they would be able to testify accordingly.
What say you, witnesses?
Even you doubt the human power to throw a book at Mach 1? Okay, but consider this. She's a wife in rage.
Yes, sir. Constable Raleigh Beat reporting for duty, sir. I haven't been paying attention.
Well, good morning, officer.
Sorry for dozing until now, sir. I haven't slept for a month on account of a villain who's appeared on my beat, sir.
What?
Oh, they are so heroic, these London bobbies. Patricia, my darling, I've been neglecting you, but no more. Oh, Rowley, my hero, you make me swoon.
I hate PDA.
Very well, I hereby reject the defense's request.
Oh.
And order the witnesses in the stand to testify again. State forthwith before the court any details pertaining to the events, to the defense's alternative explanation of events.
Yes, sir.
Constable Beat.
This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb. Believe me, a London Bobby is good for his word. You see, sir, the windows on the top floor of this Garadeb house are top-pinch casements.
Oh, shit. Wait, is that the kind that, like, open up from the top, like, and don't open very wide? Fuck!
Obviously, if anything had been thrown out the window, we would have seen it. I did leave the scene to go and fetch help, but my trusty Rowley was there to make sure nothing was disturbed. I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir.
Well, this is quite startling. Top hinged casement windows.
That detail was not in the police report, Constable. Yes, sorry about that. Must have been a little drowsy. I mean, I feel like that would hardly be relevant. Like, unless it's a very specific circumstance like this, you know? You cannot excuse your sins with drowsiness every time, Constable. I will kill you.
No, sir. Please don't.
Sorry, but... what exactly is a top-hinged casement window? And you... You cannot excuse your ignorance with such trite remarks, my learned friend. I mean, even as an English speaker, that's pretty fucking... like, it's pretty fucking advanced, man. Some people haven't seen a window like that, okay? Of course, sorry.
I found it, Mr. Naruto. Cast your mind back to the windows in Mr. and Mrs. Garrett room.
Alright, I'll try.
So the window opens in order to allow air to circulate inside the house.
Ah, shit.
But as it's a top-hinged casement window, it swings open along the upper edge, you see.
I'm glad you've rectified your ignorance. A casement window's most prominent feature is its stay, a metal bar which prevents the window from being opened beyond a certain amount. It prevents it opening? This is all news to me.
Absolutely correct, sir. In other words, if a book and knife were to have been thrown through the open window, it would have clattered against the pane and fallen straight down to the pavement below.
No. You see the problem then? Good. Your education in windows is complete. There was never any possibility of either the book or the knife traveling 15 yards over the road. Shit. That is, unless the window pane had been shattered, something we've discounted already. That can't be!
Did you see that, Rowley? The young Japanese man just collapsed in agony.
Oh, yes, my darling, I saw it. I saw how he crumbled before me.
Oh, Rowley, you're so strong.
Fuck. I can't believe I'm losing to this fucking dude. This fucking wife guy. How is this happening? I haven't even started the cross-examination yet, and already my argument's been destroyed.
Counsel, if you would drag yourself upright again, the court awaits your cross-examination.
Shit. My lord. Oh, good. Another desperate situation. It's okay, dude. Your entire bloodline is like this. Unlucky fucks. But also lucky in the sense that you don't die. Okay. How can you say that for certain?
Very good question, sir. And the answer is this. It has the noble founding principles of the course written on it as a reminder to all us policemen of our sworn duty. He showed us that before, didn't he?
Did he? I can't say I remember. Dude.
To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. It's what the job's all about. And that's why I can stand here today beside my long-suffering wife and tell you Bobby's good for his word. While rubbing my tired eyes, admittedly.
Sir!
Oh, Rolly, you're so manly.
Of course I am, my darling Patricia. Oh, Pat.
Oh, Rolly.
She fucking pegs him. No, none of this is what I meant. I meant, how can you say for certain that this case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb? Ah, I see, sir. Should have said so earlier, sir. Yes, well, so, could you answer the question? It's a waste of time, then. Absolutely, sir. I will answer it to the fullest of my ability, sir. There's a surprising reason why Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb's domestic dispute can't be related to this case. But before I get into that, sir, just one thing. Yes? I'd very much like you and all your countrymen to understand the great British institution of Scotland Yard. So I do hope you'll take back some tales of us London bobbies and how we uphold our guiding principles. I wasn't planning on going back just yet. I've only just arrived here. So to that end, sir, I'd be happy to lend you my warrant card for your perusal. But I must warn you, you won't be able to get through without shedding a few tears. Thank you, I'll try. Constable Beat's warrant card has been entered into the court record. I mean, that's relevant, so thanks. Item number 1. A policeman will strive to preserve the peace within his allotted beat. A patrolling officer is expected to walk 20 miles around his beat every day for the furtherance of community relations. Any crimes fall under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. When a crime is discovered on this beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. I love the fucking OST in this game. By which you mean they don't open fully, is that correct? Yes, sir. They're just there to allow a bit of air through the house, you see. So they're restricted as to how much they open. That's stupid. And therefore, anything thrown out the window from inside the room would simply strike the pane and fall to the street directly below. For clarity, allow me to mark the map. Here is the location where objects would have fallen.
Yes. Directly opposite the scene of the crime, on the other side of the rather wide road.
Would it have been so hard for somebody to mention this top-hinged casement thing before? Well, I have another question for you, Constable. And what would that be, sir? How do you even know? Why would you have any idea what sort of windows Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb's house is furnished with? He walks 20 miles on this block every single fucking day, Renosuke. He knows everything about this fucking neighborhood. Ah, well, sir, it's very simple. You see, I helped with the investigation yesterday.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to add, Mrs. Beat?
Sorry.
You look, well, delighted. Is there some particular reason for that?
Oh, I was just remembering, that's all. We really were so lucky.
Lucky? What do you mean?
Well, of course I feel terrible for the poor woman who was attacked. Don't misunderstand me, please. But we were just so lucky it didn't happen on Rolly's beat. It was so close, you see.
Oh, I hadn't realized.
Oh, yes, that street, Briar Road. That's the boundary between Rolly's beat and the next one.
This bitch is telling on herself. Oh my god. Did it happen? It happened. Holy shit. Okay. Cracked the code. I think I cracked it. Because I just read the fucking warrant card. It happened on his beat. I think it happened on his beat. but they moved the body so that he wouldn't have to deal with it because they had to, I don't know, because they wanted to do something. They probably had some fucking straight date. I don't know, dude.
Isn't that right, my love?
Constable Beat. Oh. Yes, that's right. That's the reason I was helping out with the interviewing the occupants of the Garrett household yesterday. The house is on my beat, you see, sir. Really was cutting it close then.
Constable, I wonder if you could clarify something. If the Garrett household is on your beat, does that mean that the pavement next to it is as well?
Outside Mr. Garrett's house. Yes, ma'am. The pavement on the side of the road's my part of the beat. I see. I was unaware of that.
Just think, if the woman had been attacked just on the other side of Briar Road.
Why are you telling on yourself? I know you moved the body.
We would have never have been able to go that far.
Oh.
We would have never been able to go for that meal to celebrate our wedding anniversary.
Oh, yeah, it was the fucking wedding anniversary. Yeah, so they moved the fucking body so they didn't have to deal with it, bruh. Bruh.
But that's the life of a bobby after all.
Why are you telling on yourself? That's my question, though. Why are you telling on yourself?
Extraordinary people are bobbies tirelessly working for the benefit of all Londoners.
And talk about crime scene contamination. Yep. It comes from the inside, people. Inside job.
Do you know what I think? I think it was the good Lord's way of rewarding my Rolly for all his hard work. Don't you think so, my darling?
That must be it, Pat, my love. That must be it. I think perhaps we should make sure we have that information officially on record.
Leave it to me, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll take care of it immediately.
Case files information's been updated in the court record. Yep.
And now it's my turn, I think.
And now I just have to figure out what path Ace Attorney needs me to take to come to that realization, you know?
If anything had been thrown out the window, we would have seen it.
But according to my notes here, the sun had gone down already and it was dark.
Oh, but Rolly and I were strolling along, gazing at the night sky and looking for our lucky star.
Sorry?
The star that will guide us to eternal happiness.
Can it guide you to answer the question? In a flaming book, if a flaming book had cut across the sky in front of us, it would have lit up like a shooting star.
And if I'd seen a shooting star, I would have made a wish upon it. Let Rolly be an inspector, I would have said, 3 times at least, so he could get more money and I could get fancy clothes.
Of course, what with the smog and everything, we couldn't actually see any stars. Man, fossil fuels. In short, are you trying to say that neither a book nor knife crossed the sky before you? Yes, sir, that is correct, sir. As sure as the night sky is in London is starless, sir. Certainly seems like they're telling the truth.
And then we saw the poor woman fall to the ground, so we ran straight over to help her. I did leave the scene to go and fetch help, but my trusty Rolly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed.
Hold it!
Yeah, you said that you went to a nearby police box to fetch another officer, is that right?
That's right, yes. If it had been on Rolly's beat, I would have known exactly where I was going, of course.
Don't feel bad, my love. You can't be expected to know the location of every police box and every beat.
Sir Rolly told me the way, only I sort of got a little lost on the way.
Patricia, my darling, that's why I love you. Your terrible sense of direction is bewitching to me. What the fuck? Oh, Pat.
Oh, Rolly!
Oh, brother.
So I suppose I was gone for about 15 minutes. But like I said, my Rolly was at the scene the entire time, making sure nothing was disturbed.
I was off duty at the time, of course, but a true Bobby is never really off duty, sir. Are you sure you weren't napping in the fucking snow face down, dude? I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for a moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir.
Hold it!
Nothing to report. That's correct, sir. I had my eyes wide open the entire time. Never looked away for a second. No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. I can swear to that on the Yard's honor, sir. Really, that seems a little strange. Beg your pardon, sir. Strange, sir. Seems altogether regular to me. Miss Burns' copy of the Lion's Pride was originally in the Garrett household. So the question remains, how did it find its way into the hand of the victim? Can you shed any light on that, seeing as you were at the scene of the crime the entire time? I don't fucking know. Aha! Could it be a different copy, sir? One that just happened to be burnt as well? No. Even if that were possible, why would the victim have been gripping a book like that in her hand? As we can see from this photographic print, she had a bag over her shoulder. Well, sir, that book was in the lady's hand from the moment we arrived at the scene. These bitches lying. Is that so? There's something about this statement that's not sitting right with me. The two mysteries of how that knife ended up in her back and how that book ended up in her hand. There must be some common thread between them.
Can I ask you something? Please, Mr. Lawyer, sir.
Oh, yes, of course. What is it?
You're doubting us, aren't you? I can tell.
What? I mean, what's she doing? She's gonna fucking puppet him again.
Please, just because I'm a woman, it doesn't make my testimony any less valuable. You might just see me as the wife of a policeman, but I'm a woman of my word, I am.
I really don't remember ever suggesting that I doubted you.
No excuses, I don't want to hear it. My voice will be heard. My lord, you'll let me speak, won't you?
Yes, Mrs. Beat, I will allow you to supplement your testimony if you so desire. Fucking noisy bitch, goddamn. Sometimes the path of least resistance is the sage one.
That was a very loud mutter, my lord.
I heard that. That Japanese man thinks a policeman's wife's word counts for nothing, does he? Well, watch out, sir. I might let you get away with something like that, but my Rolly won't.
Even though he's passed out. Duly noted, Mrs. B. Please, I humbly ask you to continue and stop, using your husband's body like that. It's weird.
What could she possibly be about to say, I wonder?
She's about to tell on herself again.
I know what I saw. My eyes never let me down. My sense of direction is a little off sometimes, though.
Hold it!
Mrs. B, nobody's questioning what you've told us.
I saw what I did that evening. I saw it clearly. The little Eastern man with the whiskers and the funny curved back slinking from the scene.
Huh.
And I know what I didn't see as well. I didn't see any flaming books or knives flying through the sky.
All very clear. You also mentioned something about having a poor sense of direction.
Oh, yes, well, that's a little embarrassing, really. I'm always ending up at the wrong place when I've made arrangements to meet Rolly. He gets ever so cross.
He's like, oh, this bitch. What a fucking pain in the ass, but she's so hot.
Excuse me.
Constable Beat, is there a problem? No, sir. No problem, sir. Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind, perhaps? Oh, well, in a way, sir, yes, sir. I was just remembering the same thing happened that evening, is all. You mean Mrs. Beat lost her way on the night of the incident? I mean, yeah. She said as much. Well, you see, I sent her off to find a police box in the next beat over for mine. But she was gone a fair bit longer than I was expecting. I thought she'd be back inside 10 minutes, but my darling was gone a good 15.
Oh, Rolly, you're such a tease. But the reason I was so long was because of that bouquet, silly.
The bouquet? Sorry, what bouquet are you talking about?
Oh, it was a present for our wedding anniversary. Rolly's so romantic. He saved up for it with farthings and halfpennies.
Wait, halfpennies? What the fuck is a halfpennies?
He saved up for it with farthings and halfpennies he found in the gutter while doing his rounds.
Oof. Yeah, how romantic. Sewer pennies.
I'd forgotten all about it until just now. Have you, my darling?
Yes. But that was just between us. No talking about it to anyone else, darling. You have to promise.
Really? Oh.
What was that all about? Constable Beat looked very obviously troubled during that exchange. Oh shit, did he do it without her knowing? Oh fuck. Huh. Wait, what? Like what does the bouquet have to do with like losing her way? Like maybe he moved the body so he wouldn't have to deal with it. Maybe she's not the fucking mastermind behind this. Maybe he is. Oh shit.
I'm afraid I can't offer any useful insight, Mr. Naruhodo. But I'm quite sure of one thing. We have to ask Mrs. Beat about the bouquet.
Mrs. Beat, this bouquet you just mentioned. I'd like you to add details about it to your testimony, please.
Oh, really? Yes, I'd love to!
Pat, my love, I just said you can't talk. Oh, whatever. Van ZIEKS is like, fuck!
What happened was I dropped my bouquet and ended up losing my way for a while.
Hold it!
You mean you dropped the bouquet at the scene of the crime?
Yes, that's right! Oh, I was so upset. When we ran over and saw it was a woman with a knife in her back. I was so shocked. I dropped the bouquet Rolly gave me. It was in a dark spot where the streetlights weren't casting any light, so I didn't notice at first.
And then you went to the police box to report it to the policeman whose beat it was on.
Yes. And I came back to the scene together with the other constable, you see. That's when I spotted my bouquet again. But the funny thing was, when I went to pick it up, it was nowhere near the victim's body at all.
Oh my god. Yeah. She dropped it on the Giridib household side. Like below the window. She dropped it there where the body was. So what happened was, the lady was walking along. Natsume was behind her. I feel like I'm doing that Danganronpa thing where like everything is turning into a comic like at the very end. Like she's walking along, like Miss Olive Green. She's walking along, Mr. Natsume's behind her. And then she fucking like a flaming book falls from the sky in front of her because Mrs. Giridib is a fucking idiot and can't think twice about like the possibility of her husband being unfaithful. And And she throws the book. Book falls down. Book falls from the sky in front of her. Olive Green picks it up. She's like leaned over. Miss Garrett throws the knife. It falls, hits the window, falls into Olive Green's back. And then Patricia and Rolly, like, are walking. Oh yeah, Mr. Natsume sees it, and then fucking drops his book, leaves. Patricia and Rolly find the body, and see Mr. Natsume running. And then Rolly sends Patricia out to the other, like, constable's box. And then Rolly moves the body while she's gone, but doesn't move the bouquet. I guess he was too sleepy. And she didn't know. I guess she didn't know, because why would she mention it if she didn't know, right? And then, oh, fuck. So he's the fucking mastermind here. Holy shit, Mr. Sleepy. Crazy. In case you need reminding, Mrs. Beat, the victim is not deceased. I was all flustered for a moment before I heard a voice calling me from the other side of the road. Your husband, presumably.
Yes, that's right. Silly me, I'd gone over the wrong side of the streets. Although, I'm going to blame the bouquet this time. Can't think how it got there, really can't.
The bouquet didn't move. The bouquet didn't move. The body moved. Ugh.
Curious indeed.
Isn't it? But the worst of it is, I forgot to pick the bouquet up again when we left the scene. That beautiful rose really bought me. With that change from the gutter he spent so long collecting.
By bouquet, do you perhaps mean this sorry solitary rose?
Oh! Oh, yes, that's it! That's the bouquet Rolly bought me for our anniversary, with old bits of change he found in the gutter.
Maybe just call it a rose.
Tell us, Lord Van ZIEKS, where did you come by the flower?
According to the report by the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation, it was found on the edge of the pavement in front of the Garrett household. Yes! In front of the Garrett's house. Although it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. Oh shit, really? It was believed to be of no relevance to the case, since it was found on the opposite side of the thoroughfare.
Oh, thank you, sir, thank you. Could I have it back now, please?
No, it's evidence.
No, I think for good measure this rose should be added to the court record as evidence.
Oh.
The anniversary bouquet has been entered into the court record.
But it's a symbol of our love.
Is there anything on this rose, though? I doubt it, yeah. It's very stylish paper the flower's wrapped up in, isn't it?
It's just an old newspaper, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, I suppose it's because I'm not used to seeing English print. Looks so exotic to me.
I see.
Is something wrong?
Oh, no. I was just thinking that if you wrap the stone-baked sweet potato in English newspaper, it might look like some sort of fancy cake.
Ah, Susato-san, you do love your cakes.
An English rose. It's such a beautiful flower.
This is a rose, isn't it? I've never seen one before. Oh, do they not grow them in Japan?
Do you not take an interest in flowers, Mr. Naruhodo?
I wouldn't say that exactly, but I do know 3 types at least.
Gosh, 3?
Yes, plum blossom, peach blossom, and cherry blossom. Bruh. What the fuck?
Perhaps you should consider branching out. Learning some that aren't fruit tree based, for example?
Oh, that reminds me of, fucking, it's not Dual Destinies, it's, Spirit of Justice. It's the DLC case marriage one, when like Phoenix and Edgeworth are like, you know, they're doing their lawyer thing against each other, right? And then like Phoenix is talking about different kinds of flowers, and then Edgeworth is like, oh, that's rich coming from a man that only knows the names of 3 kinds of flowers. And it's just like, wow, that's so domestic of you. They're so domestic, guys. I love them.
I want it back after the trial. Do you hear me? I want it back.
Grief, rest assured, I shall do my very best not to forget, Mrs. Beats.
I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for 1 moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir.
Hold it!
Even the rose, dude? Nothing to report. Oh shit, I already saw this.
Ba, 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 ba.
I know what I have to do. Stop talking. Stop yapping. Eh.
Well, Mr. Naruhodo, what do you make of all this?
Yeah. The whole idea of an invisible attacker has been troubling me all along, but I believe I'm starting to get a picture of what really happened here now. The 4th book had no business being at the scene of the crime, made me sure that Mrs. Garrett was hiding something from us, but it's becoming increasingly clear that someone else has been hiding something from us as well. Yeah, fucking Rolly, dude. I think I may already be armed with everything I need to strike a decisive blow here. This time, it's going to expose the whole truth about this mysterious affair. Let's fucking go, bro. Okay. Present the rose, baby.
Objection!
Where'd it go, dude? You claim, Constable Beat, that there was nothing to report in the 15 or so minutes you were guarding the scene. But that cannot be. Stop pretending to sleep, dude.
What do you mean to say?
In your testimony just now, Mrs. Beat, you explained to the court that when you arrived back at the scene of the crime with the policeman assigned to that beat, the bouquet you'd just dropped at the victim's side was no longer anywhere nearby.
Objection!
Yes, on the opposite side of Briar Road to where the victim was attacked. But considering the size of that meager bouquet, if a single sorry bloom can be so described. No doubt it was blown in the wind across the street back into the gutter where it belongs. Alright, rude.
Mika?
Objection!
I'll fucking kill you, asshole.
But if that were the case, why did Constable Beat not testify to the fact? Cause he be lying, bro.
No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. Constable Beat swore to that on Scotland Yard's honor. But the bouquet belonged to me! It had nothing to do with the case! That's why Rolly didn't mention it, I'm sure.
No, because sadly, it's not only your bouquet we're talking about here. More than one thing in this case is mysteriously the wrong way around. What are you talking about? Think about it. Besides Mrs. Beat's bouquet, there's Mr. Garrett's book. Mr. Garrett's copy of The Lion's Pride, which was thrown out from the window by his wife, would have struck the pane of the casement window and landed here on the west side of the street. And yet, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in the victim's hand. Meanwhile, according to the testimony we've heard, Mrs. Beat's bouquet should have been dropped here at the scene of the crime on the east side of the street. But in fact, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road, in front of Mr. and Mrs. Garrett's house. There's no logical explanation for those things, unless somebody deliberately moved them. Nuh-uh. I mean, the book was moved, but it was moved with the body.
What are you trying to say? The way you're talking, it sounds like you think my Rolly's done something wrong.
He has. Girly, he's covering up evidence. Girly! Don't you listen to a word that scrawny lawyer says. He hates love. Wittering on about books and bouquets, why should we care? It's nitpicking, it's what it is. Oh good, Mrs. Garridub's come round. You might call it nitpicking, Mrs. Garridub, but deliberately meddling with the scene of a crime is a criminal offense. It's called, tampering, Mr. Naruhodo. Please, remember the lawyer terms at least. For Kazuma-sama, please. But the person responsible for this tampering cannot admit to it. For a very subtle but compelling reason.
Objection!
Tampering? You've barely heard the term before. Tell us, my learned friends, who would have possibly had a cause to carry out such an elaborate deception? Yes, there is someone who tampered with the scene of the crime that evening. All the evidence and all the testimony points to that one particular person.
Counsel, I must demand that you substantiate this conjecture. Who are you saying is responsible for tampering with the scene of the crime?
Herlock Sholmes. I'm kidding. You, bitch.
Take that!
Obviously, there's only one person it could have been. Constable Rolly B, it was you!
What? A policeman? A member of our Scotland Yard?
What nonsense! Why would my Rolly do something like that? There's no one straighter than my husband. He hasn't even experimented. No Bobby works more tirelessly for the people of London.
Mrs. Beat, you said in your testimony that your husband asked you to go to a nearby police box to fetch the officer on duty. The 15 minutes that you were absent from the scene is the only opportunity anyone had to tamper with it.
You're making it up. It's all nonsense. It's all lies. What about that Japanese man with the whiskers? I bet it was him. He did it.
Objection!
If that was true, Constable Beat would have seen him do it.
Oh. And forgive me for pointing it out, but when you dropped your bouquet, Miss Beat, it was after the defendant had fled the scene. Well...
Objection!
First, you make accusations about the landlord and his wife, and now you incriminate a policeman as well. But your accusations lack one very important thing. You claim the crime scene was tampered with. But there is only one reason anyone would commit such a reckless crime, to hide something.
That's right, he's right. But my husband and I just happened to be there. That's all. So why would we have anything to hide? It doesn't make sense.
You've offered no motive for this alleged tampering. And until you do, your accusations are nothing but empty threats. I have evidence, just let me speak. Everyone's so fucking noisy here. Constable Beat had a very good reason for wanting to tamper with the scene of the crime. That's the key to this entire affair.
Mr. Naruhodo, have you managed to solve this mystery?
Counsel, you have made a very serious accusation against a London police officer. If you are mistaken, I'm sure I need not point out that your reputation as a lawyer will be irrevocably damaged. With that stark warning in mind, you will now explain to the court the motive for this alleged tampering.
Yes, my lord. I've never been more confident in my fucking life, dude. Constable Beat's motive for tampering with the crime scene was to hide where the victim fell. Where the victim fell to the ground. That is what this Bobby had to cover up at all costs. What?
Where the victim fell? You mean where she was attacked? What are you talking about? We told you at the very start, didn't we? On the pavement of Briar Road. We saw it happen, remember? It was right here, as if anyone didn't already know.
That's certainly what everyone's been led to believe. But in fact, that isn't where the victim was stabbed at all.
What? What?
Yeah, because your husband's fucking covering shit up so he couldn't, you know, so he didn't have to do all the fucking work so he could have your anniversary dinner.
I'm beginning to wonder where this tumultuous trial will end, Counsel.
If that's your assertion, then the court is dying to know, my Nipponese friend. Where are you proposing that the crime actually took place that evening? On the fucking, like, Garadeb's side, losers?
But that's...
On the opposite side of the road.
I don't understand.
On the evening in question, Mr. Garadeb's book fell directly down from the open window above. And your bouquet, Mrs. B, never moved at all. What did move was the scene of the crime itself.
Good gracious!
Objection!
Perhaps you haven't been listening to the ample testimony the court has heard. But these witnesses both saw the moment the attack took place.
That's right, I saw it with my own eyes.
It was 5 o'clock in the evening and already dark. There was a typical London fog on the ground. When you saw the incident unfold and ran to the victim's aid, that was actually on the west side of Briar Road.
No, that's not true. It can't have been.
Oh yeah, then why's your fucking bouquet there, loser? Constable Beat then arranged for you to be absent for a while by sending you for help. And during the 15 minutes you were away, he transplanted the crime scene. He moved all the things shown in this print. The victim herself, the 4 books. He moved everything, in fact, to the pavement on the east side of Briar Road.
Extraordinary!
But the constable overlooked one thing.
What? What did he overlook?
The bouquet, I presume. Exactly.
The prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of the rose bouquet. Lord Van Zieks said it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. Yes, it couldn't be seen in the dark, obviously.
Which is why it was only the bouquet that was found in its original position on the pavement on the west side of Briar Road. Yeah, your husband's a fucking liar. That boy's a liar. That boy's a liar. And that is the defense's theory about what really happened that evening. How do you respond, Constable Rolly Beat? He's finally awake. Oh, never mind. Well, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to nod off again, but I haven't slept properly in a month. Did I miss anything important? Bruh.
Oh, Rolly! It isn't true, is it? What that lawyer said is all lies, isn't it? I know it is, because you're the most upstanding righteous man I know!
Oh, they getting fucking divorced after this, baby!
I had a dream.
Hold on. A terrible dream. All the things I did that night. Everything come out. Everything exposed. Well, I guess all we had to do was wait for his sleepy admissions. Only it seems it wasn't a dream at all.
Good golly!
Order, order, order!
What on earth is the meaning of all this?
Oh, Rolly, why? Why would you do something like this? Moving a corpse it's a criminal offense, isn't it?
Wishing the victim dead should be one too.
Constable, explain yourself. Why would you do this? As a respected member of Scotland Yard, your duty is to protect the good people of London town. Not to cover up crime scenes.
Holy shit.
I can't say.
That's not the right voice. I can't say, sir. There we go. It's hard to, like, purposefully crack your voice sometimes.
What?
I'm ever so sorry about all this. For damaging the Yard's reputation. For everything. I have a possible explanation. No, I'm not straining myself. It's just like trying to remember how to do every single voice that I'm doing is like juggling all these voices is like a carnival ride, you know? For why on that particular evening? Raise it in an octave and go back to normal pitch. Yeah. That's what I'm basically doing. It's just that, like, doing it on the spot is, like, like sometimes it takes a second. Constable Beat felt compelled to move the scene of the crime. I can think of one reason. What? How could you possibly know? You, a foreigner, presuming to understand the mind of a Scotland Yard policeman.
And yet, Lord Van ZIEKS, if it is this foreigner who has uncovered the startling truth of the matter thus far.
Wait, so this is another fucking accident case? Wait a minute. How many fucking accident cases has there been? Oh, I guess only 2. Like, if you count Cosma, who isn't dead.
Counsel for the defense, if you please.
Yes, my lord.
Now then, I think you'd better show us some evidence.
Yo. At once, my lord. England, Japan, it makes no difference where you come from. Human emotions are the same. He just wanted to hang out with his wife. Much like I want to hang out with Cosma again, but he's too busy eating Pop-Tarts. Without me! And I think I have a fairly good idea of the feelings behind this man's actions.
What gives away the motive for Constable Beat's unthinkable actions?
His warrant card.
Take that!
I realize that I'm a foreigner in this land, and I've only just arrived from Japan. Which is why all this information about London's so-called bobbies is completely new to me. So thanks for the card, idiot. I've learned that through honorable patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world, for example. Oh, though honorable. Yeah.
Keeping the peace, looking after the citizens on his beat in all kinds of ways. There's no doubt that the young Bobby is charged with a great deal to do each day, certainly.
But for Constable Beat, the day in question was special.
Special how?
On account of this bouquet, my lord.
Oh, yes! It was our very first wedding anniversary!
Constable Beat had worked so hard to be able to afford this simple gift for his wife. Literally picking up fucking pennies in the road. And was so looking forward to taking her out for a celebratory meal. When he and Mrs. Beat stumbled upon a crime along Briar Road. When he saw that shadowy figure through the fog collapse on the pavement ahead of them, what must have gone through the man's mind? But just on that particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. Beat puts up with a lot being married to a bobby like me. I wanted to show her, my dear wife, how much I care. I love this track too. I love all the music in this fucking game, man. This is the warrant card that Constable Beat offered to lend to me earlier. Inside, among the rules for patrolling policemen, it says, when a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with the initial investigations and help detectives.
Aha!
Constable Beat. Is that or is that not the reason why you moved the whole scene of the crime that day? Yes. Everything you said, it's all right. So that's it. It was all to do with the boundary of your beats. Exactly. To summarize, the incident actually occurred on Constable Beat's beat.
Good gracious! Constable, do you realize the gravity of what you've done?
But Your Honor, the reservations were so much fucking money and they pay us nothing. It was the first time since I became a copper that I'd ever cursed God. Stay close to me, Pat. The criminal could still be lurking somewhere. As we ran over to the scene, I had every intention of doing my duty as a police officer. We've got to report this to the station as quickly as possible. But then, it dawned on me. I realized where we were, where the victim was lying, and what that meant for me. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Why here? Why did this have to happen here? And why tonight, of all nights? Why? My fucking anniversary, man. It's a copper's job to guard the scene of the crime, so... I told Pat she'd have to go to the nearest police box and fetch whoever was on duty there. It was then, when I opened my mouth to speak. It just came out. I couldn't believe the words that were coming out of my own mouth. This is the next beat to mine, Pat. So you have to go to the police box that covers it. Turn right along Meerschaum Street and then... But she couldn't have gone along... Oh, did she hop over, maybe, I guess? Oof. Yeah, they getting fucking divorced today, baby! Judge, do you do, like, divorce proceedings? Oh shit, he spit it out. Damn, that's crazy. I'm sorry. So sorry.
Oh, Constable.
I just wanted just that one night to take my Patricia out for dinner.
Oh, Rolly.
Just that one night. I mean, you could have celebrated another day, man. It's all arbitrary anyway. We made up numbers, dude. You knew that if the incident was on your beat, your evening of celebration would be ruined. And so you decided to move the entire crime scene outside your jurisdiction. Just across the street to the east pavement of Briar Road, which falls under the neighboring beat's care. I ought to fucking kill you next. Oh shit. You see, I thought... Well, I was sure the victim was dead, you see. Yeah, you could have fucking killed her, dude. Moving her body while she was stabbed in the back? Crazy shit.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, of course he did. Otherwise, my Rolly would never have left the poor woman on the freezing cold pavement.
Ah, I see your meaning now.
But God got me back from my sins, didn't he? That's why I missed the rose I bought for Pat.
Oh no, Rolly, that was all my fault. I should never have dropped it in such a dark place. I'm so sorry, Rolly. You could have gotten away with all of this.
Yeah, maybe she's fine with the lying. And can you tell us, Constable? How many books did you move from one side of the road to the other in total? Oh, 4 it was. Yes, sir. Definitely 4.
3 of them dropped by Mr. Natsume, and the 4th being the one that fell from the windows upstairs in the Garrett household, of course.
But what made you place that book in the victim's hand? I'm so fucking confused. Cause like, oh wait, no. I get it now. Cause like, the one thing that hasn't been accounted for in the evidence is the tip of the knife being fucking chipped, right? Cause like, what significance does that have? I think it's to prove that it hit the window and then fell into her back. When all the others were scattered haphazardly around, I mean. Oh, well, sir, that's because that's how I found it. How you found it? What do you mean? When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So, when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand. You're sure it was this book, The Lion's Pride, that the victim was holding? Oh, yes, sir. No doubt about it, sir. Interesting. The 4th book's information's been updated in the court record. I thought it was an open and shut case at the time, you see. There were only the 2 people at the scene, and Pat and me both saw it happen. However, which way you looked at it, it had to be the fellow who ran off who'd done it, I thought. I couldn't see the harm, really. I didn't think moving it all over the road would make a jot of difference. I suppose this is it for me now. I've had it. Yeah, you getting fucking fired today, dude. My lord.
Yes, Lord Van ZIEKS.
I believe that concludes the cross-examination of the witnesses. Yeah. Constable, you may withdraw. From the police force. Yes, sir.
Mr. Prosecutor, sir. What will become of my Rolly? What will happen to him?
Well, it's a crime, so he's going to jail. For now, you are free to go home. The police will contact you in due course.
Please don't punish my husband. This is all my fault. It's because I'm always moaning at him for coming home late.
Leave it now, Pat. Let's go home. I'm tired. He's gonna fucking die the moment he gets home.
All right then, my love.
One last thing, Constable. Sir? Let this be a lesson to you. In a criminal investigation, every detail matters, however insignificant it may seem to you. Yes, sir. Carve that lesson in your mind. And never again make the mistake of tampering with the scene of a crime. Never again, sir. You mean to say? I mean, why does he get say in this? Shouldn't it be like the head of the police force or something? He's a fucking prosecutor. What's he have to do with it? The fuck? Leave. Now. This trial is not yet over. Sir! Sir, indeed.
Well, quite a startling revelation, I must say. Whoever thought of a third party transplanting the entire scene of a crime like that?
We're so fucking close to the end. I feel it. I taste it. Indeed, my lord. Nevertheless, there are some immutable facts here. Principally, that the accused, Mr. Sosek Natsume, is the only person who could possibly committed this crime.
Objection.
Nuh-uh. What about the thing that I said earlier? No, I disagree. Now that we know the true scene of the incident, there's someone else. Another person who could be responsible for the knife in the victim's back.
Forgive me for being presumptuous, but I believe the prosecution is probably well aware of this possibility already. He's just trying to fucking sweep it under the rug. Lord Van ZIEKS, is this true?
Ugh, fuck, fine. Very well. Name the person if you will, and if a further investigation is warranted. The prosecution has no objection to the trial continuing.
You will name this other person who could have perpetrated this crime.
Take that!
Joan, baby. The defense would once again like to request the cross-examination of a new witness, my lord.
Once again?
Have you forgotten, my lord? My assistant made the same request earlier. In order to finally reveal the truth about this case, it's imperative that we cross-examine juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Garadeb.
Me, oh dearie me!
Objection!
Bruh. You said you had no objections. That request has already been denied. It got denied because we have witnesses on the stand that could testify. Now they're fucking gone. So, fuck you, asshole. I can fucking cross-examine who I want. Bitch. The defense literally is able to, is allowed to bring up witnesses too. But the situation is different now. Mrs. Garadeb, answer me this.
What do you want now, you little toad?
At the time of the incident, you were engaged in a violent argument with your husband, Mr. Joan Garadeb. In the course of the argument, a minor house fire was ignited. And to clear the smoke from the room, your husband opened a window that looks out over Briar Road.
Well, what of it?
You threw this book at your husband when he was cornered with his back against the window. Upon striking the pane of the open top-hinged casement window, the book plummeted directly down, finding its way to what we now know is to be the true scene of the incident.
Yes, and as I said, what of it?
During the argument, you were beside yourself with rage. As such, you threw not just books, but anything you could lay your hands on.
Fuck you! Yeah, I threw a knife, fuck you!
So let me ask you one more time, Mrs. Garadeb. This knife, the one removed from the victim's back, have you really never laid eyes on it before?
Ah! I don't recall it.
Seriously?
Am I supposed to remember everything I picked up and threw at my husband? And anyway, the man over there in all that regalia said members of the jury needn't testify, didn't he?
Well, you're related to the case, dude. Conveniently, yes.
Objection!
Oh. No, I have no recollection of saying that at all, juror number 4.
It's his fucking case 3 Edgeworth moment! No way! He's helping us!
Yay! Finally! Oh, I've been waiting for this fucking moment. God damn.
Oh!
Make no mistake, you jurors are not special in any way. You are not immune to the judicial process. If you know something about this knife, madam, let the truth come out.
But that's a common and garden knife! It could have come from anywhere. We have several like them at home. If one went missing, how would you expect me to know?
What's that?
Are you joking? What you saying, please, Mrs. Garadeb? Now you listen to me. I refuse to believe all this nonsense. I couldn't bear the thought that I'd injured someone. Do you hear? I couldn't bear it. Oh, the poor woman. So, yes, I want evidence. I want to see hard evidence if you're going to insist on this being my fault. You're going to have to prove to me that I threw that knife, if that's what you think. Come along now, chop chop. Do your worst.
Hold on. Where the fuck is the tip of that knife, god damn it? that's the real question, man. Where the fuck is the tip of the knife? Well, is it in the window? Well, Mr. Naruhodo? If I had evidence like that, believe me, I would have thrown it at her already. Then take the stand, juror. Oh! The prosecution does not object to the defense's request to cross-examine this woman. Ugh, women. Thank you, Lord Van ZIEKS. Don't be misogynistic, please, though.
I'm going to have to testify?
Juror number 4. Oh, fuck.
Juror number 4. As I'm sure you will appreciate, having observed it with your own eyes today. Witness testimony can lead to the most extraordinary truths being unearthed. Truths of which the witnesses themselves may not even have been aware. Oh, dearie me! So I demand your full and unadulterated testimony, Mrs. Garadeb. And mark my words, in this court of law today, we shall extract the truth. Do you concur, counsels?
Yeah, sure. Certainly, my lord. Oh, that's what I'm hoping for, my lord! Oh, shit. This is such a strange feeling. The rival prosecutor actually helping me out? What the fuck? For the first time since arriving in this country, it actually feels real. Oh shit, baby. I'm here in the Old Bailey, and I'm a lawyer. Oh shit. Oh fuck! Dude! Witness, state your name and occupation.
Oh, yes, my name is Joan Garadeb. And I'm a juror, and such like.
Sounds like even she doesn't know if she's a housewife or a maid. Or what anymore.
The court has decided your testimony is required in order to clarify matters in this case. Do you understand, madam? Yes, my lord.
You will tell the court everything that took place in your household on the evening in question. And I warn you, do not attempt to hide the truth.
Oh, dearie me.
Chin up, Joni. Nothing to worry about now.
It's gotta be him, right? Yeah, there he is.
Oh, I didn't know you were here, John.
Oh, she's so in love, even though she's so abusive.
Wasn't only you in the room that day, old thing, was it? Rather think I had to testify as well, don't you?
They're the sun and the moon, but they're like she's abusive to him.
But what about your need here? Oh, but what about your need here?
Don't you worry about that. Hardly notice it. I'm not the sort of chap to leave a comrade to face disciplinary action alone.
Oh, John!
I
presume you are Mr. John Garadeb?
Wow.
Yes, sir. Former second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment of the 4th Northumberland Fusiliers, sir. Seen my fair share of action and now living the quiet life, as it were.
The quiet life? Were you not engaged in an incendiary battle with your spouse on the day in question?
Well, yes. Quite. She's much more dangerous than any man I met on the battlefield.
I believe this may represent a first in the proud history of the British court. Calling a juror to the witness stand is unprecedented. However, the court will hear your testimony now, juror number 4, and that of your husband. You will recount clearly and concisely the events in your home at the time of the incident in question.
Sir, at once.
The Battle of Geradeb.
Yes, on the day you're referring to, the wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason now.
Yes, you do.
Knocked a candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. Soon had it out though and got the window open.
Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him.
Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say I've noticed if one or two went missing, I'm afraid. If that bully thing in the victim's back really was one of ours, you'll have a job proving it, I think.
Hmm.
It sounds as though it was quite the battlefield in your household that evening.
Although an entirely one-sided assault, it seems.
The enemy caught us on the hop, sir. Had no choice but to dig in and take defensive measures. To be honest, if the enemy had kept shelling us for another minute, we'd have been toast. Of course, a veteran such as myself is only too aware of on every battlefield, you're just a gnat's whisker from death at any moment. And by God, do I love it. I love my wife.
Are we still talking about a marital quarrel here?
Well, I must say I'm dubious that this testimony will shed any light on the origins of this jackknife.
In combat, one's focus narrows such that surroundings are barely noticed. These witnesses may not be able to offer anything more than they've testified already. This may be a dead end. Well, Van ZIEKS may well be right.
Well, whatever the chances, we only have this last cross-examination to uncover the truth, Mr. Naruto.
Oh, it's the final one, baby! Let's fucking go! Yeah, I'm afraid so.
Very well, counsel. Begin your cross-examination.
Here we fucking go, and it's a short one, baby! Oda! Wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason. It's that fucking card, dude. The reason is what you told us yesterday, I believe.
Yes, that's right. If I remember correctly, it all started because of a note that was tucked into the pages of a book belonging to Mr. Geradeb.
A rather passionate note, in fact. But Mrs. Geradeb found the note, discovering her husband's little secrets.
And she gave him a mighty number of slaps across the face for it, too. What a sordid state of affairs.
Hell on earth. I hate straight people.
I say when a chap says he can't recall all such things, it's common decency not to drag it all up. And besides, half of it was wide of the mark anyway.
A likely story.
These waters run very deep. Your Honor, he said he did nothing.
And what transpired next after these multiple blows to the face?
Knocked a candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. Soon had it out though, and got the window open.
Hold it!
And the fire spread to some items of furniture, didn't it?
The bookcase, my armchair, anything of mine, really. Just so happens there was some bathwater lying around that evening, so I sloshed that out. So I sloshed that about to put it out.
Ew, what?
A most precarious situation you put yourself in.
What kind of fucking bathwater are we talking about? Gamer girl? Gamer boy?
Ours is a 3-story townhouse on the west side of the street, where the water main isn't connected yet. Oof. Have to draw water for the public water pump during the day if you need any, you see.
The lodgers are always moaning that they can't get any water at night. Although, that little mustached Japanese man buys water in bottles, I believe.
The defendant, Mr. Natsume, you mean?
Yes, he receives a stipend for his studies, you know, from his home country. Can you imagine being able to brew a pot of tea at all hours? He's obviously very well off.
Have you actually seen the state of the man? He is not well off, mentally or financially.
I believe he uses all his income to buy books.
Well, anyway, the point is I was able to douse the fire with water, fortunately enough.
Good for you, man.
Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him.
Hold it!
Including knives? Even though the room was set on fire?
As far as I was concerned at the time. It was more important to extinguish my anger than the flames. What a woman wants to throw, she must throw.
That is most certainly not true of the Susato takedown, Mr. Naruhodo. I constantly want to throw people, but I don't, because I have restraint.
How did she know I was thinking that? So please, cast your mind back and try to remember. Was a knife among the items that you threw at your husband that day?
Bitch, I don't know. In all honesty, I don't recall. But I feel I must point out that I'm no monster. Let me see. Some bread, a cabbage, garlic, a towel, and a sponge, a napkin.
Excuse me.
What's that about, dude? A napkin? Do you have something to add, sir? Mr. Garadeb.
Don't shoot! Sorry. Beg your pardon?
Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind?
Nothing of any significance, no. Just that the barrage of projectiles the old thing launched in my direction was somewhat more solid than she implies. Books, bricks, and the fire poker, I seem to recall.
Ouch.
And the woman's aim is uncanny. She landed a direct hit with every bullet. Good grief, woman, we're not at home now. This is a court of law.
Oh, dearie me, ever so sorry, dear. I'm just so used to giving you third-degree burns.
What the fuck is with all the couples in this fucking case? What's she even doing with a teapot in here?
Honestly, John, I would never have thrown such things at you, obviously.
Oh, welcome back. This couple again. Yeah, she, accidentally killed someone, but they're trying to get out of it.
We'll take a look at this then. How do you suppose that happened, Yum?
Your pipe, sir?
I had this thing in my hand, as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles she did, yes. And when I went to pick the thing up, it was broken in two. I'd like to see a sponge do that sort of damage.
I see, your pipe was broken.
It would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Anyway, I've managed to bandage the thing up for now.
Ah, you are one to exaggerate, aren't you, dear?
That's gonna be evidence, right? The pipe? I wonder what we should make of this account. It could be important. The defense believes Mr. Garadeb's remarks just now to be of great significance.
Objection!
Nuh-uh. This war veteran's words only tell us one thing. Betray a fiery wife, and pipes as well as hearts may be broken. By heart, I mean your literal heart. She is throwing knives. Sentimental wisdom, perhaps, but hardly worthy of adding to the formal testimony.
Indeed, common sense, one might say.
Might one?
In that case, would you at least permit us to examine the pipe, sir?
Well, I don't see why not.
Oh, dearie me, there you go again, trying to ingratiate yourself with a young lady. You fucking whore. This is why I tried to kill you that day. Oh.
Very well, the court will accept the gentleman's pipe as evidence.
There we go. This is gonna be the fucking smoking gun. Or smoking pipe, as it were. There it is. There's the fucking tip of the knife, baby. How the fuck did he not notice? How'd he not notice? There it is. Oh, something just twinkled inside the chamber of the pipe here.
Yes, I saw it. Something stuck in there, I think.
Let's turn it over and give it a shake. What's this?
It's a tiny fragment of metal. It looks like the tip of a blade or something.
The tip of a blade? Surely it couldn't be. Oh! Oh! Oh shit, baby! Oh fuck.
I hope I didn't speak out of turn, Mr. Naruhodo. I was just feeling rather disappointed for you that your request was turned down.
Oh, no, it's fine. That was extremely important, Susato-san. We have some new evidence to work with. We should examine it carefully.
Well, thank you for that rebuttal, Mr. Garradeb. Now if we could return to the crux of the matter. What can you tell the court about the knife used to attack the victim?
Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say if I noticed if one or two went missing, I'm afraid.
Hold it!
Sorry, would you care to elaborate?
Nothing to say, really. Rather partial to a spot of carving, you see, pipes and whatnot, fishing tackle, you know, the sort of thing.
It's a passion we both share. I like to carve little wooden trinkets too. And then there's my leatherwork.
Sorry to say, we're always losing knives about the place. And we have dozens of the things.
They sell them at the market sometimes. 20 for the price of 19. Needless to say, I snap them up.
That's not a very good deal, ma'am.
John prefers to use 2 knives at mealtimes too, instead of the knife and fork.
Why? The fuck, why?
Not now, Joan. We don't want people thinking of some kind of...
Here we go again with the scaldings. Why are they being so evasive?
I imagine it's because they don't want to believe it. They can't bear the thought that it might have been one of their knives that injured the victim.
Which is entirely understandable, of course, but still. Go on with your testimony, witnesses. Why is she pouring tea in his pipe? He's smoking tea? No, he was smoking the, metal fragment of a knife. 5 hours in, time to drink water? I sure fucking need it, voicing this guy.
Sir!
Okay.
If that bully thing in the victim's back really was one of ours, you'll have a job proving it, I think.
Hold it!
So you have no intention of admitting it was your knife, unless we can produce proof. Even though there's no other credible possibility if Mr. Natsume is innocent.
Objection!
You forget, my Nipponese friend, that it has yet to be established that the accused is not responsible for the attack. As if I could forget! If only there was some way to know who'd handled that knife. But I suppose wizardry like that is just a dream. I totally haven't already found it.
Perhaps you're thinking of fingerprinting, Mr. Naruhodo.
What? You mean it's not a dream? That sort of wizardry really exists?
Whenever people touch anything, they leave behind a unique pattern from their skin, or so they say.
But I can't see anything. There are already countries in the world where these so-called fingerprints can be used as evidence. Lord Strongheart is currently discussing the matter at the Ministry of Justice.
Yes, I believe we are rapidly approaching an era of scientific methods of investigation. But for now, we shall have to find an alternative method of proving our assertion.
Yeah, I guess.
That this knife found in the victim's back was originally in Mr. and Mrs. Garradeb's house.
Ugh. If only I could transplant this whole incident to several years of the future. To some place, with a silly name, I don't know. What the fuck do they call it? Japanifornia. That's the extent of their testimony, is it?
What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, I think we've heard all this before, to be honest. Can't say I'm particularly confident that we'll be able to prove anything new from this testimony.
But in this cross-examination, it's absolutely essential that we establish how this knife came to be at the scene of the incident.
Yeah, I know.
I'm sure both of them must be feeling very worried. Worried that it was in fact a knife belonging to one of them that caused the victim's injury.
If we could find even a tiny shred of evidence to support that theory, it would cinch this trial for us. It would explain everything.
Yes, it would.
So for Sasaki-san's sake, we must find that last crucial piece of evidence. Already did. We're good. I just wanted to see the dialogue. Here you go. You want evidence? You got evidence, baby. Mr. Garadeb, could I ask you to take a good look at this, please?
You can ask, but I can't see a bully thing.
You can't?
Used to call me Dead-Eyed Deb back in the regiment, of course. But that was some time ago now. Even when I'm trying to enjoy a large print book by the fire these days. I struggle to tell a B from a D and a P from a Q, to be honest.
I think you just have dyslexia, man.
Oh, he does. Dearie me, it's rather wearing being asked about every other letter and every other word.
Glasses exist, right? Yeah, Hosonaga has them. You must be very dizzy. What is that? A tiny scrap of metal? Yes, almost certainly from the tip of a blade. And what may appear at first to just be a tiny scrap is in fact a very crucial piece of evidence. Interesting. And where did the defense come by this evidence? It was lodged in the chamber of Mr. Garadeb's pipe. You don't need to tell apart P and Q to read words. Yeah, that's true. Because how often are P and Q interchangeable, right?
My pipe, you say? By Jove, I wonder how that got in there.
And what precisely does this fragment of metal signify, Counsel? Are you suggesting that it is in some way related to the matter of the stabbing on Briar Road?
Yeah. Bop. The smoking pipe. I am. What? When put together with another piece of evidence already in the court record, I believe this tiny fragment of metal will unravel the whole truth of this case, my lord. She's on a box! She's on a fucking box! She's so short! Considering this is Japanese, it may be saying he can't distinguish between some kanji and another, but not sure which. See, but like, this is in England, though. Can they... I don't think they can say that. Like, I don't think that would make any sense, you know? If it's set in England. Like, this is not like Ace Attorney where it's, like, ambiguous as to where it's... I mean, I say Ace Attorney. It's not like the modern Ace Attorney. I say modern. But, like, I mean, I mean the original trilogy. Well, original 2 trilogies. It's not clear where exactly those take place. Especially with the localization. But, like, this one is very clearly, like, Japan and England. They talk common. True. And common is English, because America #1, baby.
You appear rather confident in that extraordinary statement, Counsel. Very well, then, present the pertinent evidence to the court. What evidence, when paired with this fragment of metal, allegedly reveals the truth of this entire case?
The fucking knife, dude. Do I need to handhold everyone in this fucking courtroom? This is the knife that was found in the victim's back. If you look closely, you'll see that there is a small piece at the tip of the blade that is missing. A common issue with the inferior blades sold at unsavory street markets. Criminals who use them regularly leave the tips lodged in the victim's bones.
And what of this particular knife?
No doubt its tip has suffered a similar fate, now languishing somewhere near the spine of the victim.
Objection.
Actually... No, that's not the case. The tip of this particular knife's blade is the very fragment of metal we discovered in the chamber of Mr. Garridub's pipe. Ah! Ah! Why did he move like that?
Good grief, Lord Van ZIEKS! I don't believe it!
This is extremely fucking theater, this pose. What the fuck? Holy shit! God damn. What theater did you fucking grow up in, dude? Yeah, finally, some damage.
The knife from the crime scene and this fragment of metal are a perfect match!
No shit.
Good golly gosh! Golly gee willikers!
Oh my god, I just saw that his ass was burnt. Dude. Dude, I just saw that the back of his fucking... That's so funny. I don't think that's relevant at all. But the back of his fucking robe is burnt. That's so funny. What the fuck?
Is this some kind of Eastern sorcery?
This is no magic, my lord. This is a miracle.
A miracle?
So Van ZIEKS has figured it out, has he?
Council, explain this extraordinary coincidence at once!
It's not a coincidence. Yes, my lord, the crucial point we have to ask ourselves here is when did the fragment of metal find its way inside Mr. Garridub's pipe? When she fucking threw it at him and it broke!
Something that was clarified for us in the most recent witness testimony. Had this thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out of my hand. Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles, she did. Yes. It would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid.
She jiggling.
Oh,
wait, which one is talking?
Oh, dearie me.
During the argument between these two that occurred just as the victim was on the pavement below, Mrs. Garridub flung this knife at her husband. Time he had some bashing against the wall, don't you think? Yeah. Some fucking Von Karma shit, yeah? However, the knife missed and Mr. Garridub instead striking the pipe in his hand at the time, which caused the tip to break off, of course.
Good lord!
Yes, and that is when the tiny tip of the blade found its way inside Mr. Garridub's pipe.
The chances of that are 1,000,000 to 1!
Oh, you broke it again. And yet there's no other credible explanation for how the tip of the blade ended up in your pipe. Then, after losing its tip, the knife ricocheted off the pipe and flew out of the open window.
Ah!
In short, this knife, which fell from the window of the Garridub's house, is the very same knife that struck the victim in the middle of the back on the street below.
Oh gosh, oh dear! Oh! No!
Objection!
Okay, now I know what he's gonna fucking say. He's gonna be like, how did it get in her back? 'Cause she leaned over to pick up the book. Duh, bitch. A full-bodied theory, I'll give you that. A complex bouquet of seemingly trivial points, plausibly arranged to create an almost passable vintage. Allow me to toast my learned friend's characteristically Nipponese approach to bottling his argument. Sorry?
But after all, it is just a theory. A game theory, if you will. The bottle, I fear, is corked. Because you see...
Holy shit, the flourish, dude. It's spoilt by an insurmountable inconsistency. An insurmountable... What? I don't know that English word.
Lord Van ZIEKS, explain yourself! What is this inconsistency you claim to have identified?
An inconsistency of the simplest nature, my lord. The victim was found with the knife planted in the middle of her back. Yes, in her... Wow. That's right, silly little man. Oh, it just disappeared.
Now, Joan, old thing, what are you getting so excited about?
Let us consider the basic facts of the case once more. The victim was walking along the pavement before being stabbed in the back and falling to the ground. If the knife that struck her had fallen from above, there's no possible way it could have planted itself into the victim's back. She was leaning over to pick up the book! Fucking idiots! God damn!
Order!
Right, you see, that's exactly right. If the knife had fallen on her from above, it would have struck her on the top of her head! Bro, do I have to fucking spoon feed everything in Ace Attorney, dude? He's lost for words, look!
I knew it! Never liked this theory in the first place! I don't know, though, it really did happen.
Oh, that reminds me of my wife.
It would appear the defense has made a rather spectacular blunder.
If a theory has even one inconsistency, it cannot stand. Your theory, my learned friends, is history. Nah. I'm good, dude. I know what evidence I need to use, too. It's the fucking book, because it got updated with the info about what's-his-face, Rolly, finding it in her hand, because she went to go fucking pick it up. We were so close, I could see the truth, and I still see the truth, but... Fuck it, dude! We need to fucking, like, spell everything out in Ace Attorney. I was so sure we were on the right track. But now the way has been blocked completely by just one simple inconsistency. Or in other words, we simply need to eliminate that one inconsistency, and the theory will stand. Miss Susato. You mustn't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. You were just caught off guard, that's all. And your mind went blank. But if that path you were on is indeed correct, then a way will present itself. The key to this is in the court record, I'm sure. All the information you need is there. Yeah, duh. It seems you have something to say, my Nipponese friend. Well, your silence speaks volumes. A tacit acceptance of your theory is fatally flawed. Nah. Objection. Bitch. Oh, that's no objection pose, dude. This inconsistency doesn't mean I was on the wrong track. It means that I need to sharpen my mind and dig deeper for the truth. It's a test! Oh! Yes! If the knife fell on the victim from above, there's no way that it could have hit her in the middle of her back. Under normal circumstances, that is. What are you implying?
Counsel?
There is a piece of evidence in the court record that can explain this inconsistency. That can explain how the knife that fell from above could have pierced the victim's back. We already have the answer.
Goodness! Utter madness! This is... like madness? This is England! Surely this must be the last time. Counsel, present the evidence of which you speak.
He's doing the Hamon breathing, dude. This is the last inconsistency, the final piece in the puzzle. If I can successfully make sense of this, the truth will be laid bare at last. The evidence that explains how the falling knife became lodged in the victim's back is... Boom.
Take that!
This, the fourth book found at the scene. This is the final piece of evidence the defense will present. The burnt book.
Is that not Mr. Garadeb's book?
Yes, and to understand its significance, we have to consider how it came to be in at the scene in the first place. This photographic print clearly shows the book in question, and the victim holding it in her hand. But as we all know, It was the police constable that put the book between her fingers like that.
Quite so, and a part of his wholesale transplanting of the crime scene to the opposite side of the road.
That's true. However, as part of his testimony, Constable Beat made an extremely enlightening statement on that point. But what made you place that book in the victim's hand? Oh, well, sir, that's because that's how I found it. When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So, when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand. At least he's got that integrity. In other words, the victim had already picked up the book of her own volition. And clearly, that must have been before she suffered the knife wound.
Well, I should say so. After being attacked with a knife, I don't imagine she'd have been doing much of anything.
So the question becomes, why did the victim have that book in her hand?
By jingo! I think I'm beginning to see what may have happened now.
Oh, dearie me! We know that the book fell from the top floor of the Garrideb household onto the pavement below. Van ZIEKS hasn't put it together yet. Fucking idiot. At precisely the moment that the victim was walking past. Yes, at exactly that moment. The young woman was walking along the street in the light fog, when all of a sudden, a book fell right in front of her.
The book I threw!
Yes, Mrs. Garrideb, and what do you think the woman did? What would you do if you were walking along and suddenly a book landed in front of you on the pavement?
Well, I really can't imagine it, but I suppose she might have reached down.
Oh, she did.
And picked the book up.
Yes, that is exactly what the woman in fact did. She picked up the book.
Oh heavens!
And when the woman reached down to pick the fallen book up, what position would her back have been in? Facing up. That's right, facing the sky, completely and utterly defenseless. Then, in the very next moment, while the woman was still bent over picking up the book... damn, she fucking did! I can't get over the fucking Peter Griffin death pose of it all. The next object fell from the room above, the jackknife, straight into the middle of her back. And at that same time, walking by chance, directly behind Miss Green, was the defendant, Mr. Saseki Natsume.
Well, I never!
Fuck.
Well, I never!
It appeared to Mr. Natsume that the woman simply collapsed on the floor. In the dark and the fog, he didn't see the knife falling from her, on her from above. Make sure to stretch or end up Peter Griffin death posing. Yep.
Ugh. Let me do a little stretch.
I love his JoJo-ass fucking poses. He's not as JoJo, surprisingly, as the defendant, but he's pretty fucking JoJo with his poses here. Especially the leg slam and this pose. And from the other direction, the constable and his wife saw no one but the victim and her apparent attacker.
So there never was a real culprit to run from the scene in the first place.
No, this was nothing more than a series of unlikely events that culminated in an unfortunate accident. Oh, so what you're saying is that it was a series of unfortunate events? Boom, and that is the real truth behind this case. Where's my wind, goddammit? I guess I haven't developed wind powers yet. I'm not good enough of a lawyer. Well, Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb? Shit!
The very first time you showed me that knife, I had my suspicions. I wondered if perhaps it might have been something like that.
There, old bean.
Poor Mrs. Garadeb.
I mean, not really. She's very abusive.
Of course, I never meant for anything of the sort to happen, but it was all my fault, wasn't it?
Well, she's not dead, so... Hooray?
I take full responsibility. I let my anger get the better of me. I threw that book. And I threw the knife as well. Na, 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 na. Na, 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 na. John, dear.
It's all right, I know.
Oh, I'm ever so sorry.
I don't think sorry's gonna cut it when you throw knives at him and bricks.
Truly. I'm sorry!
Oh, she's dead. Fell off her box. Oh, shit. I mean, goddamn. His ass, dude. Oh, he's dead. I like how the old man never changed his fucking opinion back to not guilty. He fell asleep or died mid-trial. No one knows yet.
Lord Van ZIEKS, what news of Mrs. Garadeb?
She's been taken to the infirmary. It would appear that today's events have left her in an especially flustered state. I mean, yeah, she almost killed a person. However, I believe she will recover in due course. There is no cause for concern.
Yes, unbeknownst to themselves, they caused what could easily have been a terrible tragedy. They shall have to prepare themselves for the consequences of their actions.
I mean, could have been. It's still a pretty terrible tragedy if she's comatose and still hasn't woken up, dude. There was some good news, however, my lord. I have just had word from the hospital where the victim is being treated. Oh. Her condition is improving steadily, and the doctor believes she will regain consciousness soon. It's strange. We've been talking about the victim all this time, but we've never once met her.
How wonderful! The woman is out of danger, it seems.
Yes, that is good news.
So, Mr. Saseki Natsume.
Look at him go. Yes!
On behalf of my fellow countrymen, I would like to take the opportunity to beg your pardon, sir. You came from your distant eastern homeland to study our great British culture, and have been repaid with immeasurable unkindness. Please accept our heartfelt apologies.
No, it isn't me. You should be begging your pardon. Oh, no, Mr. Natsume. That evening when the young woman just collapsed on the pavement before my eyes, I jumped to the wrong conclusion again in my confusion.
What conclusion, sir?
I was sure that the woman was dead.
Yes, Constable Beat said the same thing, didn't he? He thought she'd been killed, too.
I suppose she must have looked completely lifeless.
It's been about a year. It's been about a year since I arrived in Great Britain now, but I still can't get used to life here. I can't relax. I'm sure there are evil spirits lurking in the fog, like they're haunting me.
Poor Saseki-san, his imagination really has got the better of him.
Yes, poor man.
So, when it happened, I thought the young woman had been taken by the fog spirits. I should never have dropped my books like that and run away. I should have called for help and a doctor for the police. Instead, I've managed to create a rift in the relationship of trust between our two empires. And for that, I am truly sorry. Damn, dude, that's crazy. Anyways, you're guilty now.
One could indeed say that some sort of mischievous spirit has been at work here, I think. One that created a chain of unfortunate mishaps. A series of unfortunate events, even. We were befooled by this spirit and led to false conclusions. But thanks to Lord Van ZIEKS and a young lawyer here from the east,
I'm sorry. Dude, what the fuck did Van ZIEKS do? Like, he helped out once. Like, he was like, oh, actually, you should fucking testify. But, like, I did most of the work. Why does he get named first? I don't even get named. I said, oh, young lawyer here from the east. Fuck you, judge. Asshole. Give me my fucking credit.
The chain has now been broken and the spirit exorcised. I heartily commend you both.
He was pressing X a lot. Yeah, to doubt me when I was right. Oh. They defo racist, yeah.
Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Yes, my lord.
In concluding this trial, I must ask one last time for your decisions regarding the defendant's culpability. Are you ready to present your findings to the court?
As the foreman of this jury, I can assure you we've reached a fair and just conclusion.
I do declare the truth can be extremely cruel at times. Well, I didn't suspect the woman next to me, that's for sure.
What the fuck?
Sitting in for the old bean while she's out of action, you know. But I know what her decision would be. Does this mean I'll finally be able to get out of here and start work? Well, it's about time.
I say, I'll have a corker of a story to tell the grandchildren when I get home, won't I? I got a guy killed. He's guilty. Goodbye.
Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hereby demand your final decisions. Mr. Foreman.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Not guilty.
Guilt.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Guilty. Oh, I love how it pans from left to right. The do 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 do. It's so nice. It's such a cool fucking detail.
Very well, Mr. Saseki Natsume, I hereby pronounce you...
Not guilty! Yay! We did it! Where's my fucking fireworks, dude? Woo! Please don't set anything on fire again! Woo! Oh! And it wasn't even 7 hours.
And finally, Mr. Natsume... Oh. Oh, yes, Lord, sir! You are now a free man once more. It is my hope that you will continue to further your education in British culture. And may you never again be brought before me.
Somehow I don't believe that'll last. Somehow I think he's gonna show up again. He's too goofy not to, you know? Is it Jover? Oh yes, sir, of course! On my life, I swear I'll never set foot in a courtroom again! I'm transported to tears!
Thank you, counsels. Court is adjourned.
Oh, we fucking did it, dude. Holy shit.
Oh, locum.
Wait, you mean me? Of course! Is there another locum here? I don't know what locum means, dude. Is there even one? He used 3 words starting with the same letter instead of 4. I know, right? I was waiting for the last one and he never said it. He was really fucking posed to tears, whatever the fuck he said.
Well, compared to the original locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, your name has become rather short, hasn't it?
What's wrong with using my actual name?
At last! I'm free! I'm free!
Joyful, joyous, jubilant, jubilation! Okay, that's cheating, dude. That's like, you're saying the same word twice. Like 2 times. Like, just like slightly variant.
Heady, hearty happiness, hurrah!
Oh, I am pleased. Mr. Natsume is delighted.
Would it be so hard just to say that then?
Locum, you did it!
You saved me from the brink! I don't know what this fucking pose is, dude. What is this? Well, what happened to the poor woman was in no way your fault, after all. I'm just glad everyone can see that now. No, 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 not that! Lovely, loyal locum lawyer! Yes? I mean, as I said before, I have just never gotten used to life here in Great Britain. Every time I look over my shoulder, I see foreigners. I see towering brick buildings. And from high up windows, I see them looking down on me, laughing. Look at that little hunchback! JoJo poses have no sense, thought you know that by now. Yeah, that's true, but he's not a JoJo. You know? I guess he's a side character, or like a Joe bro. I'd watch it.
Oh dear, I'm sure it's all in your head, Mr. Natsume.
No, I think they're racist here, actually.
But today, you, locum lawyer, gave my gloom the boot. I'm not depressed anymore. You stood firm behind that baronial bench before all these babbling British. You battled to the bitter end, laying bare the baffling truth. And when I beheld the blinding fireworks among the beams of the Bailey's roof, I bellowed, "Behold the best barrister ever born!"
Well, that's very flattering and a lot of bees, and we're very pleased for you.
This has given me a wonderful anecdote to recount to my old friends back in Japan.
An anecdote? Is that what to become of all my hard work?
There you are, my dear fellows!
Yep.
I apologize for keeping you waiting. I rose late this morning.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, what a pleasure to see you.
I see I am here not a moment too soon. A disaster has been averted, I'm glad to say.
Oh.
The trial shall begin presently, Mr. Naruhodo, and I wish you the very best of luck.
It's over, idiot! You fucking moron! It's just finished.
What? No! Then my haste was in vain! Ah, it's you! Herr Sherlock Sholmes! Oh, have we met, sir?
This is Mr. Natsume, the man you had arrested, Mr. Sholmes.
Ah, I see. I failed to recognize you at first. Our previous encounters have taken place in the gloom, either of your bleak lodgings of that prison cell. I simply couldn't place that curious face in the light.
Charming. Yeah, Rob needs to come here and marry Sholmes already.
This is all your fault, Sherlock Sholmes! You're the reasons I had to go through this terrible ordeal! I'm going to give you a piece of my mind! My apologies, sir, but I assure you, I have placed you now. You're the fellow who abandoned that poor young lady and ran off, are you not? Had she been taken to the hospital more urgently? I feel perhaps she would have regained consciousness by now. Oh. But it was unavoidable, I'm sure. We are but human after all. I'm only human after all. Anyone would have been shaken by such an experience.
Fucking got him. Oh god, chat, chat, he got you. Like, chat's overlaid on it, but he's doing the fucking hand. Fucking got him.
I do feel very badly about how I behaved. Well, never mind. Anyway, so now then, what was it that you wanted to say to me, sir?
He got you.
Nothing. Priceless! Oh, I am sorry, really, but that was quite priceless.
Poor Saseki-san.
Still, on the bright side, you've had an extremely entertaining experience without paying a penny. And it would seem you were not even found guilty. But there is no bright side. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Natsume? Even after this, I'm still cursed by the spirits and now by the Reaper!
Ah, Lord Van ZIEKS. I haven't forgotten you know what facing that man in court means. Even if you're found not guilty, you're still doomed! Yeah, rip. Rip in peace. Oh, shit. Rip in peace, Saseki-san. He fucking dead.
It will be alright, Mr. Natsume. If the Reaper appears trying to make trouble, I will protect you. Hiya!
Why me?
With a perfectly executed Susato takedown.
Much as I like being turned on my head, a bit of warning might be nice next time, Mrs. Sato. Everybody laugh. Ha 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 ha. So, Mr. Natsume, what do you intend to do now? You mentioned something about recounting your experiences to your friends back in Japan? Get fucking flipped. For no reason. Yes, I intend to return to my homeland soon. Oh! I need to get the fuck out of here before that vampire bitch kills me. It has already been a year since I arrived here in Great Britain. I've visited universities, libraries, bookshops. I've been honored with the tutelage of professors. I've learned so much about the wealth of literature here and the city it has shaped. And I've come to realize that it is my calling to sail home and tell my fellow countrymen about it. Let's eat some ice cream. We're best friends. We're having soft tacos later.
That's very touching, Mr. Natsume.
Or, in perhaps less veiled terms, you wish to withdraw halfway around the world to escape the terror of the Rebus curse. That's not it at all! Well, maybe. The more I learn of literature, the more this strange feeling claws at my insides. I feel compelled to return to my roots and attempt to pen a work of my own. Oh, I see. You're a writer now. A work of literature by Saseki-san could be interesting, and then he went on to draw JoJo's Bizarre Adventures. He's Araki in the flesh. You know, he was talking about ghosts being behind his shoulder. It's literally a stand. He's seeing stands, bro.
And what about Miss Susato and yourself, Mr. Naruhodo?
Sorry, what about us?
We'll return to Japan alongside your mustached compatriot.
Why would we?
A week has not yet passed since we arrived in London. It's literally been like 3 days.
It's the same stand type as Star Platinum, yeah.
And only now does it feel as though we finally found our feet.
And we're accommodated in a hotel at present, are you not? That's right, but we need to find lodgings before it bankrupts us.
I've calculated we can only afford another 10 nights before our entire budget's exhausted.
Well then, you could take my lodgings. Oh, the windowless room. Ah, but what it lacks in windows, it more than makes up for with a floor, a ceiling, and walls. You sold me. I'll buy it. I live in a basement anyway. Great. And of course, I'd be happy to leave behind the accursed evil spirit.
Oh my, an evil spirit?
Oh yes. It tries to suffocate you while you sleep. It's an infallible wake-up call. It's the cat. It's the cat. You mean the cat. You're leaving your cat behind. We'll think about it, if that's all right.
Perhaps I can offer a more welcome alternative. Would you consider taking lodgings with me?
Oh man, Rob would love that. Oh shit. Free cat though. Yep. You're my friend now.
Really?
Well, a vacancy has conveniently presented itself. Though it is up in the attic, I might add. Are you sure it isn't just a storage loft?
I spoke with the landlady this very morning on the matter of price, and Iris is cleaning the room as we speak. You must come at once. I presume you have no luggage to speak of.
Oh, this is simply wonderful. What an honor to be invited to taking lodgings in the great detective's office's attic. I'm too overcome for words.
So suggesting we look elsewhere is out then.
Then it's settled.
Attic luggage Persona 5 reference? Yes. This is Persona 5. And Persona in general is a JoJo's reference. And, you know, Soseki Natsume is also a JoJo's reference because of how he is. So in the end, it's all JoJo's. It's always JoJo's.
And you must come too, Mr. Natsume, and I insist, to make up for getting you arrested. I don't know what to say, but thank you and yes!
Wonderful. Then I'll go and complete the paperwork for your formal release. Mr. Natsume, it shan't take long.
Somebody's happy.
Locum, I knew that you wouldn't let me down. I'm truly delighted to have met you here in London.
Likewise, Mr. Natsume, it's been a privilege meeting you too. It's a shame that we're going to have to say goodbye so soon.
Well, I've come to realize that I belong in Japan. But Locum, we'll meet again one day.
Yeah, I'm sure. And hopefully by then, I'll be a successful lawyer.
Hopefully by then, I'll be a successful author. Well, my dear fellow, our carriage appears to have arrived. Shall we go, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, Mr. Sholmes.
Ha ha! I've little doubt Mr. Natsume will be released in time for dinner this evening.
And then he was held up the whole day. And so, with Soseki-san with Soseki-san's innocence successfully established, we've rode with Mr. Sholmes to what was to become our new home, 221B Baker Street. Hell yeah. Living in an attic. Oh, this is a much nicer attic than the fucking Persona 5 attic. What the hell? Well... So this...
Is to be our new office, yes.
Our office? I rather like the sound of that.
Me too. It's simply wonderful, isn't it?
Hell yeah. I hope you can see this, Kazuma. It's only a small step. Yeah, he's peeping through the window right now. But I like to think we're getting a little closer to your dream now.
So, my dear fellows, do you like the place?
Kazuma is alive. God damn. You know, Sholmes is a fucking moron, but he looks so fine with his hat off, bro. God damn. Hold on. Chat, you gotta move for a second. Look at him. Fucking hell. Holy shit.
Mr. Sholmes, yes, thank you very much. It's a delightful room, Mr. Sholmes. I simply adore it.
Good. I'm pleased to hear it. Iris and I are delighted to welcome you.
I hope everyone's hungry. It's nearly time for dinner.
Golly gracious!
We'll eat as soon as Mr. Natsume arrives. We have a lot to celebrate. Iris, you must let me help you. All right then, Susie. You can be in charge of the salad. Splendid.
Salad.
So, Mr. Naruhodo, how does it feel to have your own office in the capital?
It's very exciting, actually. I can't help wondering what adventures await us.
Those were precisely my sentiments when I first established my office at these premises. And now look at all my shit downstairs. Until I discovered the dark truth about the city of London, that is.
Sorry?
London is a glorious place full of wonder, opportunity, prosperity, and mirth. But the brightest of lights... Oh shit. Casts the darkest of shadows.
Serious, Sholmes. Shadows, what do you mean?
Well, I believe you're well aware of the murkiness that lies beyond London's facade already. So once again, Mr. Naruhodo... welcome to London.
Look at this fancy fucking bitch. God damn. Oh, I know there's so many people that would give up everything to be welcomed by a man like that. Of course, at the time, I had no idea of the significance of those words Mr. Sholmes so casually spoke. But it wasn't long before my turn came to lift the facade and see the true depth of the murk that lay behind it. Oh, fuck. We got our final case of the game up next, baby. And look! End! We finished the case! Holy shit! Woo! The Adventure of the Clouded Kokoro. The Adventure of the Unspeakable Story. Roll credits. The Hound of the Baskervilles. A hound it was, but not such a hound as any mortal has ever seen. Its eyes glowed with a smoldering glaze. The whole of its ox-sized body was outlined in white-hot flames. Ooh, boy! Final case is next. I know it's not the final case because there's a whole second half of this game. But, like, at some point this was the final case, you know? Because it's Chronicles. And there's... I think the first part is called Adventures, and then the second is Resolve, right? Yeah, yeah. Alright, boys. Woo! I'm fucking happy that I got that done today! Whew! Whew! And we didn't even hit 6 hours, bro! I'm so fucking happy. Woo! It was funny seeing all of it, yeah. This is a funny fucking game. There's a lot of funny shit in it. It's as funny as it is, like, dramatic, you know? It's the perfect theater kid game, I think. Just in time to hit some Z's. Yes, yes indeedy. Although for me, I'm probably gonna be grinding Genshin again. Alright. I'll see you all next time. Thank you for watching. Bye-bye!